make me and Representative Peirce co-host, that would be great. And good morning, everybody. This is Appropriations and Financial Affairs in the Maine Legislature. And we are in committee this morning to hear to do some public hearings on some bond issues some bond bills that were not quite ready the last time we did a chunk of bonds. I'm hoping that the first, let's see. Yes, we have folks here from the administration to present the governor's bond package. And after that, I'm gonna beg the committee's indulgence because Senate President Jackson has a couple, I think one bill, maybe two bills today in front of us, and he is scattered in a lot of directions, as a lot of us are. So as soon as we finish with the governor's hearing, the hearing on the governor's bond bill, we will wait a few minutes and make sure that the Senate president comes in and does his, and then we will move on with the remaining public hearings. Later in the day at 2 o'clock, we are expecting to be briefed by Gordon Smith, who is the governor's appointed leader on the opioid epidemic. And we'll be hearing a briefing from him that he's given to some other committees that will, I hope, shed some light on that issue, as well as the funding mechanisms that he is using or hoping to use in the future. So before we get started, let's introduce ourselves, and I'll take any questions, but let's start with introductions. Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
Representative Fecteau.
Good morning, Justin Fecteau. I represent House District 36, which is part of Augusta.
Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and Cardiff, Poland.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, which is part of Bangor.
Representative Fay.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Representative Millett.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Soen Millett. I represent House District 71, including the towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson, representing House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Martin.
Good morning, John Martin, House District 151, and that's northwestern Aroostook County.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
Senator Davis.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot.
And my co-chair, Representative Peirce.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Peirce. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth, and I serve as the House Chair on Appropriations and Financial Affairs.
And my name is Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County. I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. So we are also very lucky to have with us our clerk, Marianne McMaster, and our committee analyst, Maureen Dawson today, who, oh wait, did I say Representative Martin?
You did.
I did, thank you.
But we can do it again.
Thank you, pardon me. So we have Maureen Dawson and Mary McMaster here to help us, and we couldn't be doing our work without them. So thank you. So I think, are there any questions about today's order of events? Any questions, anything we need to clear up before we get started on our first public hearing? All right, then I will open the public hearing, and I'm going to move, if you'll hang on a minute, move the members of the administration over. We have Commissioner Beal and we have Commissioner Van Noot. So I'm going to ask them to come on over into the panel. Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Welcome.
Morning.
Just a little housekeeping. I know that both of you are here to present. Is there anybody else in the attendee list that I need to bring over? I'm getting maybe a message from Commissioner Camuso. Is that another? Okay, let me do that. Thank you for your patience. Anyone else over in the attendee list that you've have either staff or are folks from the administration that you've brought with you that you'd like to have on the panel?
I don't think so.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioner Camuso. So who would like to begin? Commissioner Van Noot, the floor is yours.
Thank you. By doing so, it's only because I'm part A of the bill. That's the only reason I'm going first. All parts are equally important, obviously. This is my first chance, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and other distinguished members of the committee. I am Bruce Van Noot. I'm the Commissioner of Transportation. This is the first time really had chance before appropriations this session. So just in terms of housekeeping and timing, is there a 3-minute clock, which I'd be glad to meet, or just want to know the rules of the road here?
That's a great question. We usually give the bill sponsors more than 3 minutes to make their point. Usually the 3-minute clock is for the members of the public who are coming to testify or other legislators. So you do not have a 3-minute clock, but you also don't have a 30-minute window. So
yes, I will definitely respect the
I'm
committee's
sure
time.
you know that you can strike the right balance.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. Again, my name is Bruce Van Noot, and I appear today in support of the Governor's Bond Bill LD 1702. I have submitted 3.5 pages of testimony. A lot of it is background information because I don't get a chance to be in front of the committee every day. Thankfully, I will not be reading 3.5 pages of testimony. I'll just be hitting highlights and obviously look forward to answering any questions you may have. This bill is a $146.8 million general fund, general obligation bonding initiative to be considered by the voters in November of this year. You will hear testimony from all 3 commissioners today, and obviously I'll be focused on the $100 million for transportation in Part A. As part of kind of the mechanics, the administration respectfully requests that Part D of this bill, which is $6.8 million for the National Guard infrastructure, be amended out of the bond bill. As this committee is probably aware, this funding has been proposed in the Part 2 general fund budget and is no longer necessary in this bond bill. So that makes this a net $140 million bond bill. And I'll be speaking on the $100 million for transportation. I'd like to start by first thanking this committee for your ongoing support for transportation over the years. Although the Highway Fund has always provided the bulk of state transportation funding, this committee is keenly aware that the General Fund has provided critical support for transportation, principally in the form of general obligation bonding. The general fund has supported transportation bonds every year but one since 2012, with the bonds in the last 7 years, including this one, averaging a little more than $100 million per year. The current general fund debt service to support these bonds is significant, estimated at $58 million annually today, and will increase as prudent bonding for transportation continues. This has allowed flagging highway fund revenues, which are still recovering from the pandemic, be used for operations like capital paving and other activities with a useful life less than the average bond term, which would make it imprudent for bond use. Also, as this committee is aware, the governor has proposed $50 million for transportation use in the of American Rescue Plan funds contained in the governor's jobs and recovery plan, and $18 million in the Part 2 general fund budget. All of these together, so we're using all sources possible to support transportation, and they're all under your jurisdiction. So thank you for all that. That's consistent. These kind of uses are consistent with a national context where legislatures nationally are struggling with chronic underfunding of transportation due to flagging highway fund revenues. This bond is mission critical. Like everyone, every year, it is key to delivering our annual work plans. That work plan is something that we distribute every year on the 1st of June. It's online. People can sort right down to their individual towns. If approved by the legislature, this bond will be considered by voters in November and provide a critical foundation for our next calendar year 2022 work plan. Listed on page 2 is a list of representative things that will be delivered with this work plan and matching funds. I won't go through all of them, but they include 68 bridge projects, 28 miles of highway reconstruction, and 304 miles of highway preservation paving, and 700 miles of light capital paving, which is this bond allows us to use the highway fund to do. It's obviously improves public safety as a foundation for long-term economic prosperity, but it also provides good paying jobs in the near term, which will help in recovery from the pandemic. Based on national estimates, many thousands of jobs are created by this bond and matching funds. These projects and jobs simply won't happen without the funding represented by this bond. It typically represents the bulk of our capital program, both on the highway side and the multimodal side. Without this bond or some form of replacement funding, this will require a very substantial culling of our work plan next year, resulting in a dramatic slowdown of what we call our assembly line of capital work. Stepping back from this particular bond just briefly, when transportation's bonds are proposed, I get often asked, and it's a logical question, didn't we just do one last year? Why do you need another? It's a very reasonable question, and I understand it. The answer lies in the size, geography, and settlement patterns of Maine. To service relatively small population spread out over a very large state, Maine supports an extensive state multimodal transportation system. Some representative listing of the assets of that system, including 8,800 miles of road and over 1,100 miles of active rail track and 21 transit providers, 3 seaports, ferry service are listed on page 3. By comparison, if you look at New Hampshire, our neighbor to the west, the 2 states have about the same population, but regarding transportation infrastructure, the similarity really stops there. By contrast, Maine has about 3.5 times more land area, more than double the state highway miles, and about 40% more bridges. To meet our needs, Maine also supports multiple modes of transportation. We have inhabited islands, for example, that you have to provide some kind of link to. Simply put, we have much more transportation infrastructure per capita than our neighbors to the west. Due to these structural realities, transportation needs in Maine continue to far outpace resources. It seems like a lifetime ago, but I guess it was only 14 months ago that the Blue Ribbon Commission issued a final report that pegged that unmet need at $232 million per year. I can tell you that figure is calculated after assuming ongoing bonding of $100 million a year. We're reviewing that right now this year. trying to find out the ways through treatment and prioritization we can try to reduce that need, and also monitoring federal funding at the federal level to see how that could affect that need. But suffice it to say, there's a chronic unmet need, and bonding is a key piece of us being able to provide solid capital programs every year. The news on the highway fund revenue side is not great either. Unlike the general fund, the highway fund was projected downward about $7 million. That's not a huge number, but it just shows very different trends. And I did want to just touch on very briefly federal funding because it's a very odd time, an exciting time to be in transportation right now. We are putting out work right now that we're through various mechanisms that I talked about earlier. We're looking to secure the funding for projects we're putting out this year. I fully expect, of course, we will achieve that funding. But the most common question I get is, what are you going to do with all the extra federal money that's coming your way because of the various conversations that are going in Washington? We are optimistic that something's going to happen on the national level, but we don't know what. When I asked for an update of a colleague, because it's very fluid and changes daily, I asked, what's the latest so I can relay it? The quote was, many moving parts, lots of opportunities for partial or complete failure, no money in the bank yet. And that's true, but I still think something's going to happen, but I don't know what, and I don't expect we will know what until several months, probably summer as we approach fall, because there's the American Jobs Plan that President Biden has submitted and reauthorization of federal surface transportation, two big, huge, multi-billion, even trillion-dollar packages. So until we know what that is, we can't adjust. So in closing, I again want to thank this committee for all its support for transportation over the years, and hope you will support this transportation bond as part of it, as well as the other two things that are being considered, the American Jobs Plan, the main jobs and recovery plan, and the Part 2 general fund budget. So again, thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner Van Noot. I think we will hear from your colleagues, Commissioner Camuso and Commissioner Beal, and then we'll take questions for all three of you. So Commissioner Beal, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I'm Amanda Beal, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, which is where the Land for Maine's Future program resides within our Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning. I'm testifying in support of LD 1702 with my remarks focusing on the part that relates to LMF funding. For over 30 years, LMF has ensured that those who live in and visit Maine will always be able to enjoy the outdoors. As we watch development pressure and sprawl consume more land year after year in Maine, including a record-breaking real estate market, it is clear that the role of this program is more critical than ever. In Maine, our natural resources are the foundation of our culture, our heritage, and passion, and for many, the reason for choosing to live here. Likewise, the land base that supports our farming and fishing industries brings innumerable benefits to our everyday lives and to our economy. Securing funding for the LMF program will provide even more opportunities to protect this critical resource and Maine's outdoor heritage. This bill will build on LMF's long-standing record of protecting our natural treasures, providing increasing opportunities to fish, hunt, view wildlife, hike, ride ATVs and snowmobiles, preserve fish and wildlife habitat, and provide access to Maine's bays, lakes, rivers, and ponds. Since 1987, Mainers have overwhelmingly voted to fund this program again and again. LMF has utilized its funds to complete projects in all of Maine's 16 counties, including protecting 62 water access sites, 41 farms totaling more than 9,755 acres, 26 commercial working waterfront properties, 333,423 acres of working forest lands, more than 1,200 miles of shorelands, 58 miles of former railroad corridors for recreational trails, and over 600,000 acres of conservation and recreation lands. LMF is the state's primary funding vehicle for conserving land for its natural and recreational value, protecting farmland, working forest land, and our working waterfronts. The program is valued by many state agencies, including the Departments of Marine Resources and Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, along with stakeholders and organizations from all corners of our state. Commissioner Camuso will speak to its importance to the Department of Inland Fish and Wildlife in more depth, but to elaborate on the significance of LMF's work to DMR, Department of Marine Resources, Working Waterfront Access Protection Program, the Working Waterfront Access Protection Program secures the link between land and sea that sustains our diverse and thriving coastal economy. To date, the program has protected 27 properties serving Maine's commercial fishing and aquaculture industries, which generate over $1.5 billion in economic activity annually. And by ensuring access to the water, this program protects not only livelihoods, but also a way of life. And for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, this funding is crucial to conserve productive lands and enable working farms and forests to survive and thrive. As noted in our state's climate action plan, Maine won't wait. We are losing land to development at a rate of approximately 10,000 acres per year, and that development pressure is only expected to grow. Funding LMF is integral to meeting our goals to maximize our sequestration of carbon, whereas losing land to development impedes our ability to meet those goals. LMF has a strong 30-year track record, and the need for public investment is stronger than ever to ensure the continuation of our progress to conserve the lands that are central to the quality of life for people who live in Maine and enjoyed by many who visit our state each year. It is for these reasons that I urge you to support LD 1702. Thank you for your time and consideration and bearing with me as I forgot my glasses today, so that was a little tricky to read, but I'm glad I got through it.
Totally feel it. We all have that same problem. You did a great job. Thank you, Commissioner Beal. Commissioner Camuso, she looks like her glasses are ready to go.
They are. However, I just texted my assistant and said, could you bring this to me in 14-point font, please? So thank you. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I am Judy Camuso, Commissioner of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking on behalf of the department in support of LD 1702. My testimony this morning is focused on Part B of the bill that provides a bond issue in the amount of $40,000 that will be used to provide funds for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry's Land for Maine Future Board. The LMF program is the state's primary funding vehicle for conservation land and for its natural and recreational values. First established in 1987, the program focus is to conserve Maine's landscapes while recognizing that working lands and public access to these lands is critical to preserving Maine's quality of life. Through the use of matching funds, this program encourages partnerships with local, regional, statewide, and federal conservation organizations. LMF preserves Maine outdoors and has been integral to conserving some of Maine's most iconic landscapes, including Tumbledown Mountain, Mount Kineo, Mount Agamenticus, Camden Hills State Park, Ferry Beach State Park, and the Cutler Bowl Coast, among many others. Just as important, however, are the lands that LMF has protected close to your home. These are the lands that are in your backyard or in an easy drive so that you can go hunting, birding, ride your ATV, launch a boat, fish, hike, or snowmobile. Throughout the state, the LMF program has been instrumental in providing funds for numerous water access sites and wildlife management areas that are purchased and managed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Below is a short list of some of these sites that were funded in part or entirely by LMF. West Cave Marsh, Jamie's Pond, Pleasant River, Garcelon Bog right here in Augusta, Vern Walker, Sherman Marsh, Morgan Meadow, Fry Mountain, Lyle Frost. There's an extensive list in my testimony that you can review. These properties have protected valuable wildlife habitat and provided access to the outdoors for thousands of people. These properties are managed by the department in order to enhance, protect, and conserve wildlife while providing opportunity for everyone who enjoys the outdoors. During this pandemic, it has become vividly clear that Mainers and visitors alike treasure Maine's outdoors. The benefits of getting outside for one's physical and mental health are well known, and Maine's mountains, wilderness, lakes, rivers, and bays were enjoyed in unprecedented numbers this past year. Over the past year, we saw increases in the number of hunters, ATV riders, boaters, snowmobilers, hikers, and fishermen. Hunting licenses were up 6%. That is a national high for increase in hunting. ATV registrations were up 7%, and already this year, fishing licenses are up 18%. This comes as no surprise to those of us who enjoy the outdoors. We have all seen an increase in the number of people hiking at hiking trailheads, boating ramps, ATV trails, and nearly everywhere outside. This bill will ensure that Maine's rich culture of outdoor traditions will not only be preserved, but will be enhanced by providing more access to Maine's woods and waters for generations to come through preservation of water access and Maine's wild landscapes. This bill also includes a provision to allow IFNW to apply to LMF to acquire and manage deer wintering habitats, which we believe will be a critical step forward in restoring deer populations in northern, eastern, and western Maine. I would also like to point out that we have the potential to access significant federal funds to protect land in Maine, but all of these resources require stateside matching dollars. LMF has been a significant source of stateside match, and every LMF dollar has the potential to leverage 50 to 75% on average more in federal dollars. With the Climate Action Plan goals being established for increasing land conservation of the state, one of the biggest challenges we will have will be to access sufficient funds. Authorization of the funds dedicated in this bond coincide with the governor's directive to lessen the impacts of climate change. Conserving wild landscapes helps sequester carbon, slowing the pace of climate change. My friend and mentor, George Smith, who was a driving force behind creating the LMF program and preserving some of Maine's most cherished places, pointed out a few years ago that only 4% of Maine is publicly owned, compared to 17% in New Hampshire, 19% in New Jersey, and 25% in Florida. George understood the importance of ensuring Maine remains wild, and that Mainers and visitors alike have access to the outdoors. This bond provides an opportunity to increase outdoor access for generations, as well as leave a lasting legacy in honor of George Smith, his devotion to the Maine outdoors and Maine's storied outdoor heritage. I would be glad to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Camuso. So are there any questions from the committee to any of the commissioners on this bond package? I have one, but I see ahead of me is Representative Arata and then Pearce. So Representative Arata, why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Beal, or Commissioner Beal, sorry. In your testimony, you said that there's 600,000 acres in conservation and 333,425 acres of working forest. Is that working forest included in the 600,000, or is that in addition?
I will have to double check to make sure I'm giving you the right or the accurate information, but I believe that those are potentially separate, unless Commissioner Camuso is more up to speed on those numbers.
I think you're correct, Commissioner. I believe those are additional.
Okay, so we have just under 1 million acres in Maine in this type of, under this program, looks like. Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Commissioner Van Note. I would like to know if there's any leverage federal funding around transportation. I believe so, and I wondered how much that would be, similar to what Commissioner Camuso spoke about with the leveraging of the money for LMF for our lands. And then also a follow-up question around, I'm assuming that your projects for the summer are pretty much ongoing right now. Like, I certainly am driving around the Portland area on my way to Augusta, and there's great stuff happening. Lots of interesting turns we're making that aren't usual for us. But I would assume that you're looking toward getting this bond to make sure that you're ready for those projects in our next cycle, which would be next spring and summer. Can you elaborate on that planning process a little bit for me?
Yes, and thank you for the question. Yeah, the bond question, I was actually calling up a spreadsheet anticipating that question just now. Normally we get somewhere in the range of 1.5 federal dollars for every dollar in a bond. It varies for year, but it's very substantial. And we get a lot of local and private funds too. I was trying to add them all up right here as they had. The draft of the bill says 259. What I was checking was an initial draft of the bill was originally at $150 million bond number. And because of the American Rescue Plan, 50 was taken out. So I do want to check that number, but just say it's hundreds of millions in terms of federal and local funds. And I will get this.
Maybe for the work session, or for just for our own information, you could provide us a one-sheeter on that. That'd be very helpful.
Absolutely. I have a spreadsheet right here. I was just trying to do the math in real time, and I didn't want to make a mistake in real time. So we'll check and send that up. In terms of the work planning, that happens every year. It actually starts right about now, believe it or not, for something published in January. It happens on various fronts. From an asset management perspective, we have pavement condition data and other things about the road conditions that come in, so we can prioritize. We usually get this information right about ready for us to get serious about culling, making the Sophie's choices that we have to make around Labor Day. And that has actually been fitting with kind of a legislative schedule, if you will, because we know whether there's a bond coming or not, usually by then. Even first regular normally is done at the end of June, but as we've seen in the past, sometimes we've ended up in an August session to discuss it. So that's when we get serious about it. And between that and the planning process, where we have our outreach and contacts with municipalities about kind of more transformational projects and those kinds of things, multimodal needs and all that, it all comes together in the fall, and we go through various very difficult meetings to go from this down to match, and it culminates in the work plan that is published online every year. We always try to do it in the first week of January. We do a fall forecast earlier than that for some of the bigger stuff like just pavement tonnage, because contractors need to plan. But that's the process we go through every year for planning processes. As part of that, or kind of as an analog to that, there are often location-specific type things or modal-specific things. There are various rail and trail bills that are being discussed right now that actually have to be balanced. Some of them call for competing uses of the exact same corridor. And so those planning efforts happen in parallel and sometimes take a little longer than 1 year. They tend to be more transformational, may be too grand a word, but they're not just taking care of what you got. They're talking about making a significant change in use or something like that. And so those are the parallel planning studies that we often do in conjunction with, the Transportation Committee and the legislative process, deciding which those are. So that describes how we go about making all these decisions.
And Madam Chair, can I have one more follow-up question?
Sure thing.
Thanks. Around the transportation issue and in the anticipation of the federal American Jobs Plan and the things that are floating around DC, right? Which I think we're all excited about, but we understand, I thought your quote was really timely, that they haven't happened yet. I would assume doing this bond, in addition to receiving that money, we would still be not doing everything that we need to be doing in the state. So that they're not mutually exclusive. If we were to get one, we wouldn't want to do the other. I assume that we should be sort of firing on all cylinders, but I welcome that conversation as well, knowing that I hope that there's money coming at the federal level around this.
Yeah, history shows that we've never gotten anywhere near a need. In fact, our whole thing has been trying to scale down the need to something that people can get their arms around, because if you just say you want to do everything everywhere, hopelessness sets in. It feels like shoveling snow in a blizzard with a teaspoon, and you just kind of start, why should we even start? So we try to bound that. There are some transformational big things being discussed in Washington, and with some potentially big money. Obviously, the definition of infrastructure, how to pay for it, all that kind of stuff is going to rattle around for weeks and months. I am not worried at all that this bond will somehow, that we get so much money from Washington that this bond won't be needed. Maybe we have a different discussion next year because if there is substantial new federal money in areas, obviously we're not going to be asking state taxpayers or the Transportation Committee to approve bonds that we don't need. So I would say that's a conversation that happens next year. I wouldn't expect bonding to go away, but perhaps depending on what happens at the federal level, it might be able to be scaled back.
Thank you.
Any other, Representative Martin.
Thank you for Commissioner Van Note again, and I guess we're keeping you on the hot seat, but what % of the work plan do you anticipate being able to do this coming summer? And by the work plan, I'm talking about what you have in the book that you put out.
We constrain the work plan based on finances, so our goal is to do 100%. That's put out there. In fact, we do not do 100% because for various reasons, we don't get a permit. A bid comes in high. There's a scoping question. There's negotiation with the municipality. So it isn't 100%. But last year, for example, we hit 94%, which during a pandemic, it was our highest. You wondered how that was going to go, and the team just put their head down and got through and delivered 94%. So that's, we average in the low 90s of producing everything we list in the bill. And most of that doesn't happen is usually rolled over into a future year.
So that does mean that Route 161 will be taken care of?
It's in the work plan, yes. Yeah, I understand. I've talked to the Senate President, Representative, and I expect to have a visit up in the county, and I hope I'll see you up there.
That you will. Thank you.
It looks like Commissioner Beal would like to come on and just address Representative Arada's question again with some new information, maybe.
Thank you so much. And yes, I want to apologize. I misspoke, and actually that 333,000 acres or so is actually part of that 600,000 acre figure. And so what that means is that just over half of the lands that have been protected by LMF are actually working lands.
Thank you. Any other questions for any of the commissioners? I do have a question for Commissioner Van Note, but I'd like to see if there's anybody else. Okay, Commissioner, we heard a bond proposal a couple weeks ago for a dredging project in Portland Harbor. And I did a little correspondence with the person who presented it from the city of Portland. And he informed me that the DOT is a partner in that project. And that, so I'm wondering if in your bond proposal, if that project or a portion of that project, it's got a pretty big price tag. I imagine it would take, several entities to come together to fund that project. If the DOT's bond proposal that you're putting before us today, includes money that would support that project.
We support that project. To answer your question specifically, whether it's this bond or a multimodal transportation account that we have in the budget, that's an excellent question that points out the the bigger transformational local projects that we work on. There are a lot of things that have to fall into place to do that. It's going to be a federal discretionary grant application. And that's when we commit to saying, yes, we're standing behind that project. We're also looking to raise money from some private wharf owners, which is a very different thing, and the city's been on point with that. And the city has been.
So I just want to put a finer point on it. Would you be
Okay.
coming back to us for more money for that project, or would you be able to fund it out of this bond?
If we get a federal discretionary grant, we will fund it with resources that we have, either
Okay.
from this bond or previous ones. We would
Okay.
not be. What happens is we are on kind of a just-in-time cash delivery model. We get the cash the year we're spending it.
Sure.
By the way, we'd love to get out of this model, and if everything happens this session with the American Rescue Plan money and the general fund money, I think we can get back to, we're in November and we're talking about using it next year. But on that, we have resources sometimes from previous legislative and voter authorization and this one, and that's how in the key time is when we put it in our work plan. When we put it in our work plan in January, that's when we're saying, yeah, we commit to it this year, and that's when you'll know.
So some other pieces have to fall into place there.
Correct, and we wouldn't commit the state match if the federal money doesn't come through,
Sure.
because it would just be stranding money. So
Right.
that's why we go through this kind of
Yep.
detailed planning process.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Madam Chairman.
Any other questions for our collective sponsors here before we take testimony from the public? Okay, I think I will send the commissioners back over to attendee land, or maybe I will actually ask my co-chair to do that. Representative Peirce, thank you. And I will focus on the folks who are going to come over.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. So on my list of folks to testify on this bill, I have David Trahan, James Cody, Jeff Romano as members of the public. And I will take them in that order. If there is anybody else in the attendee list who is here to testify on this bill, which is LD 1702, if you would raise your hand electronically, I would appreciate it. So to start out, I'm going to go to David Trahan and bring him over, and I will bring the others over as well. Good morning, Mr. Trahan.
Morning.
Good to see you.
You too. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is David Trahan. I'm Executive Director of the Sportsmen's Alliance Maine Institute for Legislative Action, testifying in support. First, I would like to thank Governor Mills for sponsoring LD 1702 and her continued strong leadership on issues impacting the outdoor recreational community. We are particularly grateful that Governor Mills has made the purchase and management of deer wintering areas an LMF statewide priority. Our organization's interest in the Land for Maine's Future program focuses on public access for individuals who may not have the financial means to own their own property, whether as water access, hunting, fishing, trapping, or other forms of outdoor recreation. Having land in public ownership allows this segment of our society to experience the same recreational opportunities as people wealthy enough to own their own land. There are some Mainers that question the value and purpose of owning public land. I asked the committee to imagine what Maine would look like if pioneering conservation leaders had not established the LMF program in 1987. The 62 water access sites now available to all people would likely be expensive waterfront homes with no public access. Nearly 10,000 acres of farmland on 41 farms would be either housing development or commercial solar farms. Some 26 working waterfronts serving our iconic lobster and fishing industries would be condos and summer homes, and 1,330 miles of rivers, lakes, ponds, and coastline would be under relentless development pressure. Lastly, the 158 miles of abandoned rail corridors would be rusting scars on our landscape instead of productive multi-use trails. We live in one of the most beautiful and scenic states in the nation. It is truly baffling to me why some reject conserving some of Maine's special places for the next generation. At one time, the concrete and pavement that now covers vast stretches of our cities was open fields, woods, and wetlands full of wildlife. These special places did not disappear overnight. Like the video game Pac-Man, time and human development slowly and methodically consumed our natural places to build our cities and house our people. We didn't notice our natural places were gone until our hearts told us something important was missing in our lives. The deep instinctual connection we all feel to the environment around us. The same connection to nature that heals us when we are stressed, builds memories, strong friendships, and healthy families. I asked this committee to continue the visionary conservation leadership that was established by the legislature in 1987 and support a new LMF bond. There will be a day in the future when more corners of Maine will have pavement and the scars of development. The question then will be, did we do our jobs to conserve what makes Maine special, or will we be just like everyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trahan. Any questions for Mr. Trahan? All right. Next, I'm going to go to to James Cody, rather. Thank you, Mr. Cody.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the committee. My name is James Cody, and I'm hoping you can all hear me okay. Okay, good, excellent.
Yeah, go right ahead.
My name is James Cody, and I'm here today in support of LD 1702. As many of you know, while I often represent organizations like the Nature Conservancy in Maine and the Maine Trappers Association and many other sportsmen's groups, today I'm offering this testimony as my own. As many of you know, I've been working to support LMF personally and professionally for several years now. This specific proposal, however, is much more meaningful. I'd like to thank Governor Mills for proposing this bond in honor of George Smith, who was a very dear friend of mine and passed away in February. As a young man and lifelong outdoorsman, I watched George on television on Sunday mornings as host of Wildfire, a program dedicated to debating outdoor issues. And then early in my professional career, I was fortunate enough to get to know and work with George on a variety of different projects, including eventually co-hosting Wildfire with him. My career has in many ways followed his, and that relationship lasted until his retirement at the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, and over the past many years has grew into one of my dearest friendships. For anyone that knew George like I did, and I know that many of you did, you know that his love of and devotion to the Maine outdoors was nothing short of contagious. George was a true Maine conservative, and he understood that part of conservatism is conserving things for future generations. To him, nothing was more important than to protect Maine's natural beauty and the public's access to it. As one of the original architects of the Land for Maine's Future program, George knew early what these long-term investments would mean for the future of Maine. George taught me that as a Republican, it's not just okay to support thoughtful conservation, but that it is our responsibility to demand it. I look at LMF as a surgical tool when it comes to conservation here in Maine. The goal of the program is not to conserve anything and everything, but to conserve strategic, high-value places and landscapes that protect working landscapes, recreational access, water access, and critical habitat forever. In fishing terms, as you've heard me say before, LMF is a nymph. It's not a throw net. Maine's economy is tied to our natural landscape, and conserving the most significant pieces of those landscapes makes perfect sense. Farmers, fishermen, and tourism-based businesses all benefit from this type of strategic investment. And for our residents and those contemplating visiting our state or even moving here, the gems that LMF protects are an important and active recruitment tool. As a dad, a lifelong sportsman, a friend of George Smith, I can think of no better way to honor his legacy than by helping to get this LMF proposal over the finish line. Please help me and others do just that. And once we do, I hope to meet you all on a trailhead with a fly rod and one of George's favorite microbrews in hand, and toast his legacy and our collective success in conserving special places in Maine for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Next, we have Jeff Romano.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Jeff Romano, providing testimony on behalf of Maine Coast Heritage Trust today in support of the bill. We joined dozens of other coalition members a few weeks ago to provide testimony in favor of similar legislation introduced by two members of this committee. However, today I want to address a single provision that has generated a lot of misinformation: the phrase hunting, fishing, trapping, and public access may not be prohibited. This requirement has been included in every single LMF bond since 1999, when the legislature amended the law to allow land trusts and other cooperating entities to seek LMF funds. Prior to 99, LMF funds were only awarded to state agencies like the Bureau of Parks and Lands and the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. Since both of those agencies already have laws and regulations guaranteeing hunting, fishing, trapping, and public access, the provision would have been redundant prior to 1999. As a cooperating entity, MCHT has received multiple LMF grants. Based on our experience, the provision has worked well and does not just benefit sportsmen. Opponents like to focus on the words hunting, fishing, and trapping, but ignore the final part of the clause, which is public access. These two words ensure activities such as hiking, bird watching, picnicking, similarly cannot be prohibited in LMF conserved lands. And this provision in no way undermines local control and is not as absolute as some assert. Hunting, fishing, trapping, and public access can be and are appropriately limited by applicable state, local, and federal laws, rules, and regulations on LMF properties today. And for cooperating entities wishing to conserve land without this provision, there is a simple solution: seek funding other than LMF. Over the past couple decades, I have visited more than 90 LMF conserved properties, many of them multiple times. I've witnessed people and families of all ages experience the outdoors on foot, on snowmobiles and kayaks, with fishing poles, mountain bikes, with hunting rifles, and on ATVs, not in conflict with each other, but each enjoying these special places through their preferred mode of traditional outdoor recreation. LMF works well because the program understands that our public outdoor places can accommodate the diversity of experiences Maine people and visitors seek. The hunting, trapping, and fishing and public access language ensures the program continues to be inclusive, bringing people together rather than dividing us. Lastly, it is not often that I'm able to testify in the same bill as my wife, the passionate transportation advocate who runs MBTA. But in our house, we strongly support Part A and Part B of this bill, and you'll hear her testimony shortly. We look forward to working with the committee to secure new funding for LMF in 2021, a great investment to making Maine a better place to live, work, and raise a family. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Any questions for Mr. Romano? Not seeing any. And now from down the hall and on the same Wi-Fi probably is Maria Fuentes of the Transportation Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Maria Fuentes, and I speak today on behalf of the Maine Better Transportation Association in support of LD 1702. MBTA is a statewide organization. Our members are organizations, and individuals who plan, design, build, maintain, and use our transportation infrastructure, including engineers, contractors, major airports, bus, and other companies. Clearly, the need for this bond is vital. Recently, the Maine section of ASCE ranked Maine roads with a D, bridges with a C-, and transit with a D-. In February, TRIP, a Washington-based research group, calculated the hidden costs to Maine people of deficient roads, which on a statewide basis is $1.3 billion. Basically, this includes additional vehicle operating costs resulting from driving on rough roads and the financial cost of accidents. Due to inadequate funding, 44% of major roads are in poor or mediocre condition, which impacts safety. In 2018, the fatality rate on rural roads was more than 3.5 times higher than on all other roads. Regarding bridges, as you all know, Maine has a lot of them, and 13% are in poor or structurally deficient condition, which is the 6th highest in the nation. 2 years ago, you heard the commissioner speak of the Blue Ribbon Commission, which did look at the funding conundrum that Maine DOT faces, and they did unanimously agree that the funding gap is $232 million annually, but only if you assume a $100 million bond issue every single year. While they were unable to find consensus on how to fund the shortfall, they did agree that bonding is not a solid foundation upon which to build Maine's capital program, and recommended that the state wean itself off of bonding a full $100 million a year just to maintain our system. That may make sense, but for today, a transportation bond in combination with a general fund appropriation and federal rescue dollars is desperately needed for DOT to have any type of a capital program and to avoid cutting its work plan. There's much evidence that the highway fund is on life support. For instance, Garvey bonds, which are the grant anticipation notes based on future federal funding, were once used only for extraordinary projects like replacing the Waldo Hancock Bridge. But since then, for many biennia, a $50 million Garvey bond has been included as a routine part of the highway fund budget. The department doesn't even have enough cash on hand to fully fund what has become its core program, skinny mix or light capital paving, which provides a thin and necessary layer to over 600 miles of state roads that are considered Maine's sort of basket case roads. In fact, today that mileage number is even higher. Clearly, and of no surprise to you, these facts portray the stark condition of the highway fund. So without a robust fund or additional appropriations from the general fund, Maine will not have a credible transportation capital investment program. While long-term sustainable funding is needed for the highway fund, today we hope that the committee will support this bond or even grow it, unless the legislature can agree on significantly more appropriations from the general fund, which I know is always a big lift. But we certainly need good transportation so we can go to those beautiful special places that the Land for Maine's Future project protects and makes accessible to all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for all the work you do for the state of Maine.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Fuentes from the committee? Okay, I am not seeing any. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of my list for people who want to testify on LD 1702. If I'm mistaken and you are here to testify on this bill, please raise your electronic hand in the if you're an attendee, and I will move you over to the panel. I am not seeing anybody. So I think then I will officially close the public hearing on LD 1702. And thank you all for joining us this morning. Next, we're going to move on to Senator Jackson's bond bills. Those are LD 1637 and LD 1698. I'm going to move Senate President Jackson over to our attendee list, and he will talk about which one he's going to do first. Before I do that, however, or as I do that, I just want to give folks a heads up about the remaining bills we're going to do. So after 1637 and 1698, we're going to do LD 1526. And then we will do LD 1597. And then we will do LD 1647. And then LD 384. So again, after Senator Jackson, we'll do 1526, then 1597, then 1647, then 384. Senator Jackson, which bill are you going to present first?
Thank you, Senator Breen. I think if it's okay, I'll do 1637.
Okay, so I will formally open the public hearing now for LD 1637. Senate President Jackson, the floor is yours.
Senator Breen, Representative Purse, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I represent the good people of Northern Mercer County in Senate District 1. I'm here today to introduce LD 1637, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to provide funds for Maine to meet the state's carbon reduction goals by supporting the use of biofuels. Maine is unique due to its vast natural resources and strong work ethic. By leveraging these defining characteristics, we can lay the foundation to create a homegrown energy source that will help our state achieve its carbon goals and create a secure and diverse energy source for our state. LD 1637 is the key to make this happen through the use of biofuels. This bond proposal seeks to establish a circular zero carbon economy, which would have a profound impact on Maine to not just reach, but surpass its aggressive renewable energy goals. A circular zero carbon economy sounds complicated, but it's essentially all about recycling. Instead of adding to our carbon footprint, we can take the carbon already in the atmosphere, recycle it, and put it towards renewable energy production. We can also remove it completely to limit our carbon footprint going forward. LD 1637 puts us on a track to eliminate millions of tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. It also has significant economic potential, particularly in regions of the state that have long relied on the forest products industry. This bill could make Maine a hub for new talent interested in renewable jobs. It would also support hardworking Maine families who already have the legacy of making a living in the Maine woods. Turning towards biofuels offers significant advantage. They are low cost, manufactured and recycled, locally sourced, creating jobs and economic benefits that are good for Maine. This bill will ensure that the energy produced by Maine workers, and I definitely want to stress Maine workers, would remain in the state and benefit Maine people. Instead of sending $5 billion a year out of state to large fuel corporations, Maine residents will pay a Maine company for fuel made in Maine with Maine biomass harvested by Mainers. Too often, environmental and economic interests clash as we work to preserve our natural resources while also protecting the livelihoods of Maine people. This proposal puts the environmental and economic interests of our state at the forefront of the climate legislation. LD 1637 is supported by leading fuel companies, the University of Maine, Maine Technology Institute, the Maine Energy Marketers Association, national trade organizations, and environmental policy groups. So I wanted to say that this is actually the third time that I've had the opportunity to be involved with a project that would actually take biomass waste, low-grade fiber, and turn it into a biofuel here in Maine. And while the other two projects that I had the opportunity to go and see were viable, there was some issues with how would that actually work. And so the way this actually happened, March 12th, as this committee, more than probably most legislature knows, we passed the supplemental budget that was late into the night. And I was scheduled to go to Orono Old Town, excuse me, the next morning to tour this facility. I honestly didn't think that there was going to be anything as significant. Of course, I was tired, as many of you were, but I was extremely impressed when I got there of what this actually could mean for the state of Maine, not only for people that work in the logging industry, but obviously for people that heat their homes, run their vehicles, run their equipment. The fuel that, and there are other people that will be coming behind me that can talk about this more extensively, but the fuel that they're making at Old Town at this point is actually quite incredible and doesn't have any of the challenges that I've seen with the other two projects that was in there. In fact, the octane levels is anywhere from 110 to 120 octane. It burns much more clean, much more efficient. There's no problem with water separation like we have with ethanol across the United States and other places. The fuel is so good that having that water separation or having diesel engines freeze up in the wintertime, which is a constant problem. In fact, I've seen many times that we had to run equipment all through the night to make sure that it would run in the morning. This fuel doesn't have that issue at all. I mean, there's so many good benefits to where we even are right now with regular diesel, regular fuel, that I mean, I left there after a long night, a long drive, and immediately thinking that we had to do more to try and get this project going. That's why you have this bond in front of you today. And I'll certainly try and take any questions. Like I said, there's some people that can actually speak much better to the product, but I definitely was sold after having talked about this before. I think this is way more advanced, and we have a real opportunity here to probably change not only our climate goals, but just overall the way that energy works here in the state of Maine, to where we could be definitely a leader.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senate President Jackson about this bill from the committee? Not seeing any. Should we go ahead and I'm planning to go ahead and take public testimony. Does that work in your? Yeah. Okay, great. So let me just read who I have. I have Carter Valancourt, Mike Casada, Mike Estes, Roger Strickland, Ryan Rogers. So I will take the folks in that order. I'll move you over now over to the panel. And if there's anybody beyond that list who's here to testify for LD 1637, please make sure you raise your electronic hand. So I'm going to start with Mr. Oh, I see Mr. Summers is here. So let me move him over. And Carter Valancourt. Mike Casada. All right, I'll start with those three. Mr. Summers, nice to see you.
Senator, it's nice to see you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Please go right ahead.
Well, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Charlie Summers, and I am President and CEO of the Maine Energy Marketers Association. MEMA is a trade organization composed of approximately 300 member companies and over 5,000 direct and 5,000 indirect people working in the energy delivery and servicing business, delivering heating oil, biofuels, motor fuels, propane, pellets, and kerosene, and offering service and installations on the equipment that operates these fuels. In addition, our members own and operate 70% of Maine's 1,300 convenience stores throughout Maine and employ approximately 10,000 Maine people and sell more than 1 billion gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel each year. Our members also sell more than 90% of all the propane sold in our state every year. We provide education and training to the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, weatherization, and energy auditing trades for hundreds of Maine citizens annually through our courses at our own state-of-the-art training facility, the MEMA Technical Education Center in Brunswick. MEMA was founded in 1954 as the Maine Oil and Heating Dealers Association for the purpose of not only advancing the interest of its members, but advancing the heating industry. From coal to low sulfur heating oil to propane, biofuels, heat pumps, pellet heating, and now ethyl evulinate, MEMA members continue to look for and embrace technological advances. From MEMA's perspective, and as you learn more about this exciting renewable Maine-grown fuel, I hope from your perspective too, EL represents Maine's energy future. With your support and that of the full legislature, we will be taking a real and tangible step toward that future. EL is here now. It will not require Mainers to purchase expensive new heating systems, and should this bond pass, will put our state on the path to eventually supplanting petroleum-based fuels using our existing heating oil infrastructure. EL meets carbon reduction goals. It will provide jobs and strengthen our forest product industry while broadening Maine's energy portfolio in an environmentally responsible fashion. Most importantly, EL will foster energy security for our state by ensuring that Mainers have another safe and reliable option when it comes to heating their homes, and at the same time, helping to minimize the risks associated with reliance on foreign energy sources, cyber attacks on energy infrastructure, and natural disasters. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I am indeed pleased to appear before you on behalf of the members of MEMA who at this critical time, in the strongest possible terms, support Senator Jackson's bill LD 1637. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Summers? Not seeing any, but thank you so much for offering testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Next, I have Carter Valancourt.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, committee members. I'm Carter Valancourt with Dago Oil Company. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here. Dago Oil Company, better known as DOC, was founded in 1955 by Guy Daigle in Fort Kent, Maine. What originally started as a single oil truck delivering heating oil and kerosene to the Fort Kent area, Dago Oil has experienced continued growth in the petroleum industry throughout the years of business. For over 65 years in business as a distributor of home heating fuels, diesel fuels, gasoline, propane, bulk wood pellets, full service, retail motor fuel stations, as well as full service HVAC departments, Dago Oil steadily grew to become one of the most reputable members of the greater community. Over the years, the company has grown to now operate with 7 retail motor fuel stations and 6 home comfort centers throughout northern Maine. Dago Oil focuses on both residential and commercial customers, providing services to its geographical northern Maine market ranging from Fort Kent to Bangor and all areas in between. Today, Dago Oil Company, now employee-owned, has grown to become a leading energy provider, employing 160 employees who work together as a team to continue the vision that was started by its founder many years ago. The vision of Dago Oil reads as follows. The Dago Oil Company will grow and add value while maintaining responsibility to its stakeholders, which include but are not limited to owners, employees, customers, suppliers, and the community. Like many other surrounding businesses, Dago Oil has a responsibility to continue being successful in order to support its stakeholders and the greater communities in which it operates. It is our position that LD 1637 would not only create benefit to our direct stakeholders, but as well as other businesses' stakeholders, and add tremendous value to the state of Maine, all while achieving carbon reduction goals that are set forth. For these reasons, Dago Oil Company is in full support of LD 1637. The funding would allow for the necessary infrastructure to be constructed in order to produce and distribute biofuels within the state of Maine. This in turn would create a supply chain that would benefit not only many variations of stakeholders, but drive economic prosperity for the state. The forestry cluster would be able to use byproducts of its harvesting operations for a new product and in turn create jobs in that sector. Refiners of such biofuels would be able to establish facilities directly in Maine, not only creating more jobs, but also creating a local supply and potential ability to export outside the state, bringing in further revenue. Existing liquid fuel distributors such as Daigle Oil would be able to distribute to consumers who ultimately would benefit from a cost-effective, reliable, carbon-neutral product to heat their homes and continue to be served by professionals they have trusted for decades. The state of Maine has over 17 million acres of forested land, a significant portion being in Aroostook County where we conduct our own business. It's clear we have a great resource at our fingertips that can be further utilized to advance the state's economic prosperity and be a leading factor in our carbon reduction goals. With the current momentum in biofuels to become a major source of energy, not only locally, but also on a national level, Maine's at a junction point to be able to capitalize on an opportunity to use its existing resources and generate further economic growth. The reason for providing a little bit of background on Daigle Oil Company as a whole is that we're professionals at distributing fuels and potentially biofuels as well into our mix. We have a consumer base that has demand for biofuels and carbon reduction. Consumers are fully on board with this, embracing this fact, and so aren't its distributors like ourselves. We definitely have a resource here to be able to become a hub for a new fuel product that is carbon neutral and not only serves as the state of Maine, but could easily become a national commodity as well, and certainly I'd benefit that way. So I urge you to support LD 1637, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Carter Valancourt from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us today. Next, I have Roger Strickland. Mr. Strickland, you're on mute. Join the club.
Thank you, and good morning, committee members. My name is Roger Strickland, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Maine Standard Biofuels. Maine Standard Biofuels is a Portland-based waste energy company that was founded in 2007 here in the state. We are currently growing with 15 current employees, and our primary business is the collection of used cooking oil, a biomass feedstock, that we process at our biorefinery into a commercial grade certified biodiesel. Our biodiesel is suitable for use in home heating, marine, and on-road and off-road applications. It is a direct replacement for diesel fuel that burns cleaner and contributes immediately to lowering its users' carbon impact. You can't see it back here, but I'm down on Commercial Street at the New England Ocean Cluster, and Casco Bay Ferries is behind me. And they've been a customer of ours for 7 years, and they've taken the lead in adopting our fuel. And I'm happy to report that in 2020, their reduction in carbon was 587,163 pounds in carbon reduction through the adoption of our fuel. We're proud supporters of the Governor's Climate Change Action Plan, and I'm glad to report that we are already working with the Maine Department of Transportation and stand ready to work with more state entities as well as any commercial businesses who are ready to make an immediate impact. With much of the recent news filled with the petroleum industry's trial and tribulations, we firmly believe that the fostering of renewable fuel sources and industries here in Maine is not only an important strategic action, but an achievable goal. With the right investment and planning, our state can strive for some semblance of energy independence through the funding of bond offerings such as this one. Committee members, while we are pleased as a company and as community members who believe in renewable fuels and innovation that this bond addresses, we see an opportunity to gain even stronger support for this bond issuance. We ask you to open the scope to include all Maine-based biomass sources. We believe confining this bill to supporting cellulosic biomass solely as the only feedstock to benefit from this bond is a misstep that we hope can easily be addressed. The biomass industry is currently booming across the country and around the world. Here in Maine, there are innovative development opportunities within the blue economy that include the use of fish waste and algae, for example. Including this growing community in some small part would serve to strengthen and encourage investment and planning in another industry that our state holds dear. It would also obviously open up a growing workforce that can relate to directly to the impact of this type of investment. Lastly, the use of waste products such as used cooking oil biomass feedstock also has room for further innovations that would increase employment opportunities within the state and potentially attract a broader base of innovating startups with an employee base drawn from within and outside of our great state. While we recognize the need to support our state's forestry industry and applaud the work that's being done in the cellulosic development, we ask this committee to consider how to make this bill more inclusive rather than less so. I am proud to say that we are in support of this bill and respectfully ask the committee to consider our suggestions. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Roger Strickland from the committee? Not seeing any, but we appreciate you coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mike Casada and then Mike Estes. And if there's anybody else here who'd like to testify on LD 1637, please raise your hand. I have two Mike Casadas, which makes me think it's somebody else. So Mike Casada, number one, the floor is yours. Actually, you're on mute for some reason.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I have my phone also connected, so that's probably why there's two of me.
I see.
I assure you, I'm just one person.
Okay.
So good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today in support of LD 1637. My name is Mike Casada, and I'm the Chief Development Officer of Biofine Developments Northeast, Inc. Before I begin, I'd like to thank President Jackson for putting this bill forward. Biofine Developments Northeast, BDNE, is a biorefinery development company focused on establishing a biofuels and a renewable chemicals industry in Maine. BDNE owns a suite of patents that enables the economic production of biofuels and chemicals identified by the Department of Energy as key to developing the industrial bioeconomy. BDNE is currently in the final stage of a multi-year development program that will culminate in the financing and construction of our first commercial biorefinery in Maine. This development effort has been supported by the heating oil industry, Maine Technology Institute, and the University of Maine, where the B2P2 pilot plant, which utilizes the patented Biofine technology to produce biofuels from Maine biomass, is located at the Emerging Technology Center in Old Town, Maine. BDNE's lead product, ethyl livulinate, is a third-party verified greenhouse gas negative biofuel produced from biomass harvested in Maine. As you've heard, EL is widely supported by the 5 billion gallon per year heating oil industry, which at the 2019 Northeast Industry Summit pledged to decrease carbon emissions 40% by 2030 and establish net zero carbon emissions by 2050. BDNE has worked closely with the heating oil industry and the University of Maine to establish EL as a fuel that has been identified by the National Oil Heat Research Association, NORA, as at least 5 years ahead of other renewable heating fuel products. As a result of our work with the state and national industry groups, demand for EL in the Northeast U.S. over the next 10 years is estimated to exceed 500 million gallons annually. BDNE has also received significant interest from large airline and transportation fuel companies. Developing a low carbon intensity fuel is a strategic priority for these entities, and Maine is uniquely positioned to deliver these types of fuels due to its legacy forestry and fuel industries that have robust feedstock supply and fuel distribution infrastructure networks, and also the significant underutilized industrial infrastructure that already exists in the state, and of course, the highly skilled workforce. BDNE strongly supports LD 1637 as it creates a pathway to establishing a circular carbon economy that keeps Maine dollars in the state instead of sending them abroad. Establishing a cellulosic biofuel industry is a real solution to eliminating carbon emissions. LD 1637 would have a transformative impact, establish Maine as a hub of innovation, and exceed the economic and environmental goals described in the recently published Climate Action Plan and 10-year Economic Development Strategy. I've submitted testimony that also describes some additional benefits, including, estimated investment into Maine infrastructure, how we see the revitalization of biomass resource markets occurring based on demand for feedstocks, job creation numbers, estimated CO2 equivalent emission reductions, and also some information on the 2019 third-party well-to-burner tip GREET analysis, which uses the conducted by Earthshift Labs. I'm happy to take any questions. Please feel free to, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Casada. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Casada? Don't see any. So we appreciate you coming. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thanks again.
Next is Mike Estes. Before you begin, Mr. Estes, I just want to check in with Ryan Rogers. I think he's on the list for this bill, but I don't think I've heard from him. So if you are here for this bill, please raise your electronic hand. And in the meantime, Mike Estes, thank you for coming. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you, Senator Breen and Representative Pierce and members of the Appropriations Committee for allowing me to testify in favor of LD 1637 bond request. It's not often that a bill comes to you that can fill so many voids at one time. Number one, for the liquid fuel industry to fulfill our greenhouse gas emissions to meet the goal of 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050, we now have a product that can meet or even exceed these goals with this new product called ethylene levulinate, or for short, EL. What makes EL different than other biodiesel made from soybean oil, palm tree oil, used cooking grease is this new fuel will operate in temperatures down to negative 60 degrees below zero. In comparing this fuel in a carbon scoring program done by Earthshift Labs, the GREET rating in a well-to-burner tip rating, EL scores negative greenhouse gas emissions. The feedstock to manufacture EL is waste wood, sawdust from sawmills, or used cardboard or paper. The heating oil industry in the United States is about 5 billion gallons, with Maine's share at about 300 million. The goal of the next 10 years are to be producing 500 million gallons, which will produce 4,000 new manufacturing jobs in areas where we once had operated paper mills that have since been shuttered. Looking beyond heating oil, the University of Maine, using a DOD grant, is presently using this product to study using it for jet fuel in the future. Based on another study by Earthshift Labs on motor fuel, this product is very favorable, has very favorable result as a motor fuel. If you look at heating oil, jet fuel, diesel, and gasoline, we are looking at a 75 billion gallon industry per year. The future of our forestry industry could not look better. And approval of this bill starts us in that direction. As I said earlier, another feedstock would be used, paper and cardboard. And since the Chinese stopped buying, there's no longer a viable market. So this would solve that. My own town of York, Maine, has seen our tipping fees increase from $25 a ton to $95 per ton for recycled waste. That's $25 more than what we pay presently for our regular waste. Adopting this product will rebuild that market and saving towns a lot of money. With the adoption of EL, will also require us to do minor modifications to people's heating system. We need to replace the gaskets in our oil pumps and our oil filters. We've been working with NORA and other burner manufacturers in finding a solution to this, and we have developed a product that we can use, which is a silicone-coated Teflon. This product is available today. Part of LD 1637 would be to help Maine consumers with this conversion cost. Oil trucks and bulk plant conversion would most likely be done under a federal infrastructure program or by the companies themselves. Another part of this grant would be go to the University of Maine, who hopefully would start the process of developing a proper recipe to be used in our diesel engine trucks and our gasoline powered cars. As you can see, this bill could be classified as a job bill, a renewable energy bill, or a waste reduction bill. And I ask you to support this going to the voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee for Mike Estes? I see Representative Hymanson.
Hi, Mike. I can't stop but just say hello and welcome to this.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you.
You too. Mike delivers home heating oil, so he's very knowledgeable, has been around for a long time about the conversions. And thank you for talking about the home conversion. Can you go over that once again? How would homes be converted from fuel to?
What we would have to do, and just understand, EL would work with a small mixture right now, but to get to the higher blends that we would need to meet the 40% reduction, what we would be doing, we'd have to change the oil pump in your house, on your present system, and we'd have to change the gasket within your filter system. The rest of the system would be fine. It would just fit right into. We estimate those costs to be about $400 per consumer. So.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Any additional questions for Mike Estes? Not seeing any. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Ryan Rogers.
Good morning. I hope you all received my full written testimony as I prepared a summarized version for you today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testimony. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bad echo. Let me change my audio. Can you all hear me today? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1637. My name is Ryan Rogers, and I am the General Manager for Dead River Company in Central and Northern Aroostook. I support this bill as my industry works diligently to innovate and increase the use of liquid biofuels in our state. In particular, I support this bill as this bond will provide the needed funding to make the production and commercialization of ethyl levutinate developed by a company called Biofine a reality. EL is a liquid fuel that uses cellulosic fiber as its feedstock. Waste wood from our forests makes this particularly attractive here in Maine. In 2018, I became directly involved in testing EL at the University of Maine in Presque Isle and in my own home. We replaced the heating oil in the tanks at both locations with EL. We worked through making the moderate changes to the heating system that were required to effectively burn EL as a replacement for heating oil. In brief, this required changing several of the rubber gaskets or elastomers to a material compatible with EL. I will not go into the technical details, but I will tell you we developed a solution at a relatively low cost. To sum up, I consider EL to be the best future fuel for Maine because it uses a stable feedstock readily available here in Maine and is great for our wood-based businesses, particularly in and around my own community in Aroostook County. It is carbon negative because there's more carbon in the feedstock than in the emissions from combusting EL. It is an incredibly stable fuel in that it freezes at negative 80 degrees Celsius and it absorbs water. It is affordable. The investment to change out parts of your heating system to burn EL is minimal compared to installing a brand new heating system to use a completely new fuel. My community, my coworkers, and I would appreciate your support for LD 1637, which would provide the funds necessary to make this innovative new fuel a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ryan Rogers from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the attendee list who is here to testify on LD 1637? Not seeing any hands. I will officially close the public hearing for LD 1637. And we still have Senator Jackson with us, I believe. And if we don't have him right now, we will shortly. Now there's a hand up. No, there's not a hand up. Oh, there he is. He's elusive.
Sneaky coming back in.
Sneaky. All right. Senator Jackson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Purse. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I represent the people of Northern Aroostook County and Senate District 1. Here today to represent LD 1698, an act to authorize general fund bond issue to create a public-private partnership to create biomass energy facilities in Aroostook County and connect Aroostook County to ISO New England. The high cost of energy in Aroostook County, including cost of heating oil in the winter months, continues to make it harder for folks to make a living in our area of the state. For years, this problem has been made worse by the fact that Aroostook County has lacked the connection to ISO New England grid, leaving the area dependent on the Canadian power grid for renewable energy projects. This has put people and businesses in northern Maine at a disadvantage compared to other areas of the state. Without the connection to ISO New England energy generation facilities and renewable energy projects must use the Canadian power grid before being sold on the New England grid. Those facilities are then charged costly fees known as wheeling charges to pay for the transportation of energy outside the electrical grid, making investments in northern and western Maine more costly and less feasible. With so much potential for renewable energy projects in this corner of the state, it is critical that we take action and seize this economic environmental opportunity. The bond proposal before the committee would provide $30 million in funding to leverage public and private investment in an array of generation facilities in Aroostook County to connect ISO New England to the isolated northern Maine power grid. The connection would eliminate wheeling costs and allow consumers in those areas to have a greater share of costs picked up by consumers in New England states connected to the grid, as opposed to Maine ratepayers paying the full burden. The proposal would also aim to build state-of-the-art biomass energy facilities in Aroostook County to create jobs and boost the forest products industry, providing loggers a market for chips and giving sawmills a nearby location to get rid of residual waste. Far too often, the people of northern Maine feel like they're left behind when it comes to energy costs, access to high-paying jobs, and more. I believe this proposal will win on several fronts. Incentive for energy generation facilities in northern Maine, lower energy costs for consumers, job creation, and cost reduction for the forest products industry. So I just want to quickly say, I actually presented a bill in utilities this morning that was much more encompassing than this one. This bill was an early attempt to try and build a transmission line using some of the rules that ISO New England has currently about underserved areas and using more than Maine to pick up the cost of that. The bond would have been to try and help build some biomass facilities, which somehow has to happen for the forest products industry. And it's just a real challenge to get rid of residuals and biomass in the current facilities that we have. But I think the the bill over utilities that came to fruition after I put this bill in is probably one that needs to actually happen. The only thing with this bill, Senator Breen, Representative Pearson, members of the committee, I don't know if it may be needed. I mean, it's definitely needed. I don't know if, maybe next session, the opportunity to maybe look at having the bond for a private partnership, private public with the biomass aspect of it. I mean, we would know better where we are with the transmission line. So I'll definitely leave it up to your sage advice and wisdom, what you want to do with this one. I definitely believe wholeheartedly that we're probably going to have the state pick up or incentivize the opportunity for biomass. And I believe wholeheartedly that it's needed because we're going to have major issues with the current forest products industry if we don't do something. But I don't know that this bill is ready at this point. When you take in the part, the aspect of the other bill over utilities at the moment. So with that, I'll take any questions and certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any questions for President Jackson on this bill, LD 1698? I'm not seeing, Representative Martin.
Mr. President, you are suggesting that we carry it over for the next session, right?
If the committee has the ability to, it'd be great. I still think there's an aspect of this that could be used next year. Like I said, it's just timing wise, it's hard to know. So if it's possible, I would love to have it carried over.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senate President Jackson from the committee? Not seeing any. And as far as I can tell, we don't have any members of the public here to testify on this, but if I'm incorrect about that and you are here in attendance and you want to speak on LD 1698, please go ahead and raise your electronic hand in the attendee area. I'm not seeing any. So I think I will formally close the public hearing on LD 1698. I think I'll move on. I would encourage members, if you need a break, go ahead and take one. But we have a lot of folks waiting. And so I think I'm going to just plow ahead into the public hearing for LD 1526. And oh, look, I think our sponsor's right here.
I am here.
Representative Pearce.
And when I unmuted myself, my testimony went away, but I found it. Can you hear me okay? Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Senator Breen and fellow members of the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee, I am Representative Teresa Pearce. I represent House District 44, a part of Falmouth. I'm here today to present LD 1526, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to strengthen the University of Maine system workforce education and innovation. The University of Maine system is the largest public education system in our state, and in the last decade has confirmed nearly 60,000 degrees. They have produced many of our state's nurses, educators, engineers, and business and community leaders, as well as exciting research and innovations that have helped sustain our heritage industries and strengthen our public, environmental, and economic health. Serving in the legislature, including on the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I've been impressed with their effort to promote college access and affordability and to be responsive to the state's workforce and other needs. I have also shared their concerns about the condition of our campuses. For 6 years, Maine public universities held tuition flat and consistently increased employee compensation despite receiving limited appropriation increases. But the cost was further deterioration of the physical plant that was already outdated and in some cases unsafe. In 2015, the University of Maine at Machias had to unexpectedly move facility and students out of one of the buildings in the middle of February after it was determined to be structurally unsafe. Soon after, the building had to be torn down. That was a wake-up call. Since then, the system has focused on developing a data-driven plan to improve its infrastructure. They have led informed capital planning efforts, joining with the Maine Community College System, Maine Maritime Academy, and DAFS to annually evaluate needs, track progress, and plan strategic investment and space management. The recent findings of that collective analysis stated this: without a significant infusion of capital, Maine public higher education infrastructure faces increased risk of system failure. Of the $1.6 billion of infrastructure investment needed among Maine's public post-secondary institutions, $1.3 billion is within the University of Maine. We can pay now or pay later. And in terms of both lost opportunity for Maine students and our economy, and an increasing cost to renovate and rebuild campuses, facilities that fall into despair. Having toured many colleges with my daughter and most recently with my son, I know how much facilities matter when selecting where a student will live and study for 4 or more years of their life. Modern infrastructure sends a message about the quality, value, and experience a student can expect in return for one of the family's biggest and most important investments. LD 1526 would send to the voters a $75 million general obligation bond to improve facilities at all Maine system universities. It includes $35 million to upgrade engineering classrooms and labs at the University of Maine, $20 million for a new graduate and professional center on the University of Southern Maine's Portland campus that would also include part of the School of Law. The remaining $20 million would be, excuse me?
There's a lot of static coming through on your audio. I wonder
there
if your microphone needs a little.
Is that better?
Still a lot of static.
Okay, hold on. Let me unplug. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries. Let's see. I'll start just at the top of that paragraph of the numbers. LD 1526 would send to the voters a $75 million general obligation bond to improve facilities at all Maine system universities. It includes $35 million to upgrade engineering classrooms and labs at the University of Maine, and $20 million for a new graduate and professional center on the University of Southern Maine's Portland campus that would include the School of Law. The remaining $20 million would be for a targeted deferred maintenance of facilities that support affordable education and workforce training at the universities of Maine at Augusta, Farmington, Fort Kent, Machias, and Presque Isle. Thanks to the Harold Alfond Foundation and other private funders, this bond would leverage at least $130 million more and go a long way in restoring our public universities to the condition Maine students and people deserve. At this committee, we well know one of the key takeaway messages embedded in the Economic Recovery Committee work was this: for maximum economic benefit, we must capitalize on infrastructure and assets that we already have established. The University of Maine system does incredible work and would have an even greater impact in providing in-demand 21st century education and workforce training with 21st century facilities. Thank you for your consideration. I know others are here today to speak to this measure, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Peirce. Any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor, Representative Peirce? Not seeing any. But I will move over to the attendee section, and I'm going to move Dr. Herbert over.
Actually, that's for the next bill, Dr. Herbert. This would be Chancellor Malloy.
All right, I will do that.
It's a full day of Peirce events here, you know.
That's wonderful. Chancellor Malloy coming over. President Ferrani Mundi, come on over. And Chancellor Malloy, why don't you get started, and I'll be letting in some other folks as you take the floor.
Can you see me?
I can see your photo. but not
Okay,
yourself, your live self.
all right, we're having a little trouble. Hold on 1 second. No. Having a little trouble, sorry. Give me
That's
one
okay.
more minute. I'll try one other thing.
Take your time.
All right. There we go.
Yes.
Sorry for the delay. I do apologize.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be with you, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce. Actually, I'm going to stop right there. The representative has done such an outstanding job. I'm wondering why I'm here, but I want to thank her for her presentation and thank all of you for the hard work that you're lending to your work as legislators, and we very much in the system appreciate it. Maine's public universities have one of the oldest infrastructures in the country. We are burdened by imminent need for and deferred maintenance backlog that together have reached, as stated, $1.3 billion. More than half of our facilities and 3/4 of our residence halls have not been meaningfully renovated in more than 50 years. By fiscal 25, that number will be 60%. Will not have been affected in 50 years. Across the United States, the average for state systems of higher education has just 18% of buildings of that age unrenovated. That's the condition we're in. I think by any measure, really at the very bottom of the state university systems with respect to the ability to update those facilities. As has been stated, we did have a near miss set of circumstances at Machias where a building had to be torn down on an emergency basis because it was no longer structurally viable. And that just happened a few years ago. I do also at the same time want to acknowledge and thank those of you who were serving the 128th legislative session for supporting work to be done in 2018 in that initiative. And we are very grateful for those funds. And I think we have in fact invested those very wisely thus far and continue to do that important work. As stated by the representative, we have big plans to address the difficulties that our system is facing with respect to its facilities. We want to tear down some buildings that, quite frankly, cost more to maintain than value in usage of those buildings. We want to replace and modernize facilities so that we can be competitive with the likes of Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, where we do on a routine basis lose Maine students to those systems in part because those students take tours of those facilities and choose to go to those universities rather than staying in Maine. There's a very important connection to economic development, as has been referenced with respect to the 60,000 degrees that we have awarded in the last number of years in baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral degrees. We know then when we can educate a Maine person in Maine in our system, they are most likely, very likely to stay in the state of Maine and add to economic growth in the state of Maine. Every student we lose to other systems because their facilities are in better condition is a potential loss to the Maine economy for the next 50 or 60 years. What we're asking for is the ability to start addressing our deficiencies, and that relief would be granted in the bill that has been proposed. And let me also say that the moment with the Alphon Foundation's a $240 million commitment to the University of Maine system, almost 1/2 of their total new commitment to the state of Maine, gives us this unique opportunity to marry dollars from that would be allowed by the voters to dollars that would be given to us by the Alphons to make this unbelievable opportunity, to value this unbelievable opportunity to upgrade our facilities. And I also want to say that we also have to stress gender equity and ADA compliance. things that I know are very important to members of the committee with respect to how we would invest these dollars. This is a unique period of time because of the ALFONs, because of the momentum behind our system, because of how well we've done in handling the pandemic, that we could grow our system again, continue to attract Maine students, and have a higher percentage of Maine students remain within the state for their education, producing more economic growth. Let me also say that we know that when we invite students from other New England states to Maine, they are far more likely, having completed their degrees here, to be part of our economic growth into the future. That's what we lay before you at this moment.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Any questions for Chancellor Malloy from the committee? I'm not seeing any. So glad you could join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to go to President Joan Farini-Mundy. Welcome. Good to see you again. The floor is yours.
Oops.
Oh, we just lost your camera. There you are.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Joan Farini-Mundy, the president of the University of Maine and our regional campus, the University of Maine at Machias, as well as serving as the vice chancellor for research and innovation in the University of Maine system. I am also a co-lead for UMS Transforms, which is the historic investment from the Harold Alfond Foundation that Chancellor Malloy just mentioned, which is enabling us to, in the coming years, to transform the way that we deliver education, research, and innovation, as well as service to the state of Maine and to our students and the people of Maine. I'm here to speak in strong support of LD 1526. You've heard from Representative Peirce and Chancellor Malloy about the need for infrastructure investment across our universities. And I can confirm that I see this every day at our universities in Orono and Machias, where 60% of the gross square footage at both is 50 years or older. Prospective students put UMaine at the top of their list because of our academic excellence, and then they actually visit and they don't always choose to come. The appearance and conditions of our facilities, grounds, and roads can be a deterrent. But today, though, I'd like to focus on opportunity. 4 of the 6 members of the initial graduating class of the Maine State College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts in 1872 were engineers. This month, we graduated 100 times that many, and nearly all of them will immediately enter the workforce or continue their education, many of them here in Maine. But even with that increasing production, we cannot keep up with the need for engineers in the state of Maine, due both to the boom in employment as a result of retirements and our growing infrastructure needs. This employment has grown over 42% in the last 15 years in engineering alone, and computing is coming along as a need area very quickly. There are currently 3.2 starter job postings for every electrical engineering degree granted. So you've recognized this workforce need and economic imperative with your ongoing commitment of debt service to support the construction costs of the new Furland Engineering Education and Design Center that will open on the Orono campus next year. We're very grateful for that and for all of your support. At the same time, UMaine has at least $200 million in further shovel-ready engineering and computing facilities need, including the extremely exciting Green Engineering Materials Factory of the Future, which is connected to the Advanced Structures and Composites Center. That facility will manufacture and test new products derived from forest feedstock and other advanced bio-based materials at a $72 million cost that will reap incredible dividends for the state of Maine. A highly skilled technical workforce, well prepared in the context of cutting-edge hands-on research and development, such as what we do here at UMaine, in these fields is really vital to Maine's prosperity. Nearly half of our students are the first in their families to go to college, and a UMS education puts them on pathways to success. So my support for LD 1526 is because it leverages private, state, and federal dollars to expand engineering education, research and development, as well as commercialization. This is key for markets like clean energy and for improving Maine's infrastructure and institutions in areas such as transportation and housing materials durability. In these areas, as well as in our heritage industries, UMaine is already leading the way internationally with modernized facilities that match the vision, talent, and innovation of our incredible faculty, staff, and students, it's exciting to imagine what we can do in addition for Maine and the world. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, President Farini-Mundy. We really appreciate you being here today. Are there any questions from the committee? I am not seeing any, so we'll let you get back to your busy day, and thank you again for coming. Next, I'm going to have Cliff Grime and then Eben Lenfest. You are on mute, Mr. Grime. Join the club.
Oh,
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations. My name's Cliff Grime. I'm president of Frosty Hill Consulting. Recently retired from Harriman Architects and Engineers after 40 years, but I did start up another small engineering consulting firm, and we'll be looking to hire some of these graduates that you've heard about this morning. I also serve as the chair of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce and also the vice chair of Educate Maine. So I am here today to support and ask for your support of LD 1526. You've heard from folks that have testified so far that the state does have a workforce crisis, and the University of Maine system is the entity that can most increase the size and skill of the Maine workforce. Enhance and expanded capacity in targeted areas like those that are the focus of this bond would allow the university to produce more of the graduate Maine employers need to grow their business and our economy. I've seen firsthand in my own business and in my role leading the Chamber's board, the impact of the University of Maine system graduates. Employers can't hire these high quality prepared professionals fast enough. We need more of them. I've also been witness to companies and businesses looking to explore Maine as a place to locate their business. One of their first questions is availability of educated and skilled workforce and educational facility support. Those are both very critical, and I think that's represented in the recovery plan that's been generated here for the state. Condition of Maine's public universities put our state at a bit of a competitive disadvantage in keeping our young people here and also attracting students from away who will stay here to live and work after graduations. Facilities are often not adequate to prepare students for the workforce, especially in fields like engineering and computing. The law building in Portland is a good example of a facility that does not in any way meet the needs of today's students' learning environment, cannot support technology upgrades needed to support hybrid instruction. The bond supported by the legislature and Maine voters in 2018 was a critical investment and very much appreciated. But even with that money factored in, this additional strategic investment is very much needed. The university, I can say, has really done its part within its available resources. I have been very impressed with the university's focus on strategic planning, capital planning, and projects. There are a few systems in the country that have a better handle on their capital needs than the University of Maine system. The legislature has also been very clear that the University of Maine cannot just rely on public funds. And so the University of Maine, under the leadership of Chancellor Malloy and President Farini-Mundy, has secured the largest ever leadership private investment from the Alphons. And we need to make sure that we get the maximum benefit of that generous gift by leveraging it with public investment. Maine businesses need the University of Maine system to be successful. It helps us recruit for our businesses, and it helps the state recruit new organizations to come to Maine. In order for the university to be successful, it needs bold infrastructure investment with federal funds coming into Maine, low interest rates at the very time Maine needs to accelerate workforce development and innovation. Now's the time to invest in the University of Maine system and Maine's future. I ask for your support, and I thank you so much for the time this morning.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Cliff Grime from the committee? Not seeing any, but we appreciate you coming and joining us today.
Very happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Eben Lenfest and then Liza White.
Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Eben Lenfest, and I'm from Smithfield. I graduated this month from the University of Maine with a master's degree in mechanical engineering, and I plan to stay on at UMaine as a full-time researcher. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1526. I knew all through high school that I wanted to be an engineer. I was the lead engineer on the robotics club at my high school, and my father and three of my uncles are engineers. I looked at several well-renowned colleges around New England, including UMaine. I ended up choosing UMaine due to the reputation of the engineering program, the nice professors that I had met during my tour, and the cost. But the biggest disadvantage of Maine while I was making my decision was certainly the facilities. Many of the engineering buildings were old, unupdated, and overall not as inviting as those found on other campuses. In the 6 years since then, UMaine has been very true to my initial impressions. I feel that my education has prepared me well for my engineering career, and I have nothing but good to say about the academic community here. However, the facilities continue to be the only letdown. A couple of anecdotes. Mechanical lab is an important series of courses in my major where we perform experiments to apply the theory that we've learned up to that point. And it was taught in a room that's been too small for a long time as UMaine's engineering program continues to grow. Similar problems arose during our capstone projects. The build space and the tools available to us were fairly rudimentary, and access to 3D printers, which we need to construct some custom design parts for our projects, was very limited, which was a major constraint for a couple of the capstone teams. As another anecdote, the space allotted to the university's robotics club during my undergraduate was in a storage loft and shared space with the dean's filing cabinets. The opening of the Furland Engineering Education and Design Center will represent a great first step towards addressing some of the challenges I and other students have encountered. I believe that by continuing to invest in facilities that live up to the qualities of the programs here, more students like me will decide to stay in the state and be rewarded with a high quality education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your continued investment in Maine's public universities. I hope you'll invest more in the infrastructure needs of the University of Maine and other universities within the system, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Eben, and congratulations on your graduation. That's fantastic, and no small feat in normal times, but especially in COVID times. So well done. Any questions from the committee for Eben Lenfest? All right, well, thank you very, very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Now we will turn to Liza White. Welcome.
Hello. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Committee of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Liza White, and I am from Rumford. I graduated this month from the University of Maine with an undergraduate degree in biomedical engineering with a minor in electrical engineering, and I plan to stay at UMaine to pursue a graduate degree. I am here today to testify in support of LD 1526. 4 years ago, as a senior in high school, I did what most students do and toured colleges before committing to a school. I toured UMaine, UVM, UNH, Boston College, Boston University, UMass Amherst, and Clarkson University. Though I ended up choosing UMaine due to its affordability, I would be lying if I said it was my top choice. Of the schools I toured, UMaine seemed to be the least advanced in its facilities to support its engineering students. Most schools had an entire building dedicated to biomedical engineers, with a lot of space for learning and research. All their buildings were state-of-the-art, which was an impressive step up from my high school. Meanwhile, UMaine's lecture halls and classrooms were very similar to that of my high school, and considering I come from a struggling mill town, I expected the university classrooms to be far beyond the classrooms at Mountain Valley. In addition, the classrooms at the other colleges and universities seem to invite teamwork between classmates, which is something engineers must learn to be successful in the workforce. Whereas the classrooms at UMaine seem to be set up for the sole purpose of professors talking at the students. This appearance caused my parents and I to seriously question the quality of education at UMaine and its ability to turn me into a successful engineer. Though the faculty is phenomenal at UMaine with lots of hands-on experiences, the challenges due to the lack of modern facilities became more apparent to me once I became a student. As a lab assistant at one of the laboratories on campus in Jeunesse Hall, I found that most labs had outgrown their laboratory space, causing limited space for equipment necessary to perform the research being conducted and limited the exploration of the capabilities of the subjects being researched. It also decreased the students' ability to be trained on advanced equipment to further prepare them for success in the workforce. Attending UMaine has allowed me to stay close to my family and contribute to the community and campus as a first responder. UMaine has also opened my eyes to the possibility of working in Maine as an engineer following the completion of my master's degree, which is something that I would have never considered if I had gone to an out-of-state school. I truly believe this bond will not only help support the staff and students in their research and education endeavors, but also persuade more high school seniors to attend UMaine and ultimately work in Maine following the completion of their degree. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your continued investment in Maine's public universities. I hope you will invest more in the infrastructure needs of the University of Maine and other universities within the system, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Liza White, congratulations on graduation in COVID times. Well done. Any questions from the committee for Liza White? Well, you're making us all very, very proud by finishing and by coming here to speak your mind. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I believe that is all the folks who are here to testify on LD 1526. If that is incorrect, please raise your hand, your electronic hand in the attendee area. Not seeing any. So I will close the public hearing now on LD 1526. Next, we have LD 1597, which I believe is also our my good co-chair, Representative Peirce. There you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes.
And when I did my mic, I lost my.
I understand completely.
So I'll try to read it. Senator Breen and esteemed colleagues of the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee, I am Representative Teresa Peirce, serving House District 44 in Falmouth. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1597, an act to authorize a general bond issue to strengthen Maine's healthcare workforce. The University of New England educates nearly 1 in 3 licensed Maine healthcare workers, more than any other school. UNE is home to Maine's only medical school, dental school, and physician assistance program, as well as one of only 2 schools of pharmacy. The school also trains many of our nurses, social workers, dental hygienists, physical and occupational therapists, and other healthcare professionals. As you know, our healthcare workforce is aging, and in particular in recent months, under extreme pressure. The role that UNE played in educating and training this essential workforce is crucial to our state's future. In recognition of the immense need, UNE plans to create a Westbrook College of Health Professionals on the school's Portland campus. This would be the home for all of their healthcare training programs, including the College of Osteopathic Medicine, currently located in Biddeford. Its creation would also make possible the establishment of the Institute of Interprofessional Education and Practice. Like old times, turning pages here. This plan would make the Portland campus unique among health sciences campuses. Can you hear me okay? Okay. In the Northeast, and would allow UNE to increase the size of its medical, dental, and nursing schools to help meet Maine's healthcare workforce needs. This bond would provide $7 million in capital investment to create a consolidated, integrated healthcare campus. It includes an additional $4 million in grants for health clinics and hospitals across the state to bolster clinical partnerships. The impact of this investment would be multiplied by private matching funds, including an additional $30 million by the Harold Alfond Foundation. The UNE partners with every hospital system in the state. Its students train in clinical studies in each of our 16 counties, and many of them will go on to accept full-time employment in every corner of our state. UNE also collaborates with our Maine Community College system and University of Maine system to expand opportunities for education. The impact of this investment would truly be statewide. I believe this is a valuable opportunity to expand our healthcare education programs for the benefit of our students and the future of our state. I am pleased that others are here to speak to the details of this proposal and how it will benefit Maine. I appreciate your consideration and would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee for Representative Peirce? Not seeing any. So we're going to go to James Herbert. And then we'll go to Emily Ferry and then Michelle Tulka.
So good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome and thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I hate to be the person that's standing between you and lunch. I know this has been a long morning of lots of testimony, but I really appreciate your attention for this, and I'll try to keep my remarks brief. First, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce, thank you so much. And Representative Peirce, you did a great job of summarizing the project, so I'll try not to be too redundant with your comments. I really appreciate it. And members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, those of you that don't know me, my name is James Herbert. I'm the president of UNE. And on behalf of our Board of Trustees, our faculty, staff, students, and especially on behalf of the citizens of Maine who we serve, I'm very pleased to submit testimony in support of LD 1597. So in October of last year, UNE received the largest philanthropic gift in our history to advance a highly ambitious project, which is the establishment of an Institute for Interprofessional Education and Practice, and to relocate our School of Osteopathic Medicine, which is Maine's only medical school, from Biddeford to our Portland campus, our Westbrook campus in Portland. The $30 million gift from the Harold Alfond Foundation was the initiative that is to support UNE as the largest educator of healthcare professionals to Maine, and to further our efforts to as a national leader in collaborative team-based healthcare education. It's one of a number of gifts that the foundation made all over Maine to institutions they believe are capable of having a transformational impact, including the UMaine system that you just heard from Chancellor Malloy and President Farini-Mundy. UNE's project will create multiple layers of impact, including increasing the number of physicians and other healthcare professionals educated in Maine, and intentionally encouraging them to practice in Maine following graduation. The project will also develop effective 21st century digital health education to ensure that all Maine residents receive equitable access to quality health care. And it will also accelerate the high impact undergraduate and graduate programs on our Biddeford campus, which will utilize space formerly occupied by the medical school when we move it to Portland. So this project and the bond funding we're seeking to support it is much more than about Portland or Biddeford. It's about improving access to quality healthcare throughout the state of Maine through workforce expansion and enhanced telemedicine training, access, and services. The many hospitals and healthcare networks that support the project, and those range from Maine General to Northern Light to Community Health Options, the Maine Primary Care Association, and others, are a testament to the statewide impact that we already have, and that this bond would expand upon through funding this project in Portland and funding the community-based healthcare clinics that we partner with across the state. And it's also about the collaborative team-based education model that is our signature program in healthcare education. That model is known as interprofessional education, or IPE, and it's a national movement that began about 15 years ago. Interprofessional education and practice has been shown to demonstrate, it's been shown through research to improve patient safety, reduce hospital admissions and readmissions, improve healthcare utilization for chronically ill patients, improve patient satisfaction with their care, and to decrease provider burnout. UNE, we were an early adopter of this model, and we've now achieved a national reputation in it. In fact, we were chosen as one of only 24 sites nationwide to be part of the Nexus Innovation Network of the National Center for Interprofessional Practice and Education. So our College of Osteopathic Medicine will join the other programs on the Westbrook College of Health Professions on the Portland campus, such as nursing, social work, Maine's only PA program, Northern New England's only College of Dental Medicine, and many others. And this concentration of 17 diverse health profession programs on one single footprint will be unique in all of New England. There's no other place, including all of the big players in Boston, that have that concentration of healthcare programs on one footprint. And that will allow us to establish this Institute for Interprofessional Education, which will train all of those professionals to work together collaboratively. This will be critical to addressing, not only to expanding the class size of the medical school and many of the other healthcare professionals to address the healthcare shortages, workforce shortages in Maine, which, by the way, are especially acute in rural areas, but it will also allow us to emphasize that team-based model of healthcare training. Even with these expansions in workforce training, getting qualified healthcare workers that everywhere they're needed throughout a large rural state in Maine with a highly distributed population is going to always be a challenge. What UNE's Institute will do is help provide quality care even where the caregivers can't go. So not only will the students who've trained with their colleagues in other disciplines be able to access needs outside their normal scope of practice, but through advanced telemedicine technologies, they'll be able to communicate more directly with both patients and practitioners across the state. So the new facility in Portland will feature a digital health teaching center to focus on telemedicine and digital health technologies. And that includes things like wearable devices, artificial intelligence, robotics, health data discovery and application, all of which will be critical to meeting the needs of rural residents living in isolated areas away from population centers. The building's being designed with IT infrastructure all throughout as part of a smart building ready for the emerging technologies of tomorrow. This bond would support that infrastructure along with the capacity of community clinics throughout Maine to incorporate telemedicine into their practices, thereby improving collaboration across disciplines and across miles. So I should add, this effort parallels the bond that we received a few years ago to help build our dental school, which also provided funds to community clinics throughout the state to expand their capacity to deliver oral health care and to partner with the dental school. And that effort's been wildly successful according to any metric in terms of addressing the unmet dental needs in rural parts of the state. So in conclusion, I know there's a lot of competing priorities for state funding, and I defer to you all and your expertise in seeking to support as many of them as possible. I would add that a healthy economy depends on a healthy workforce, and the healthcare practitioners that UNE generates are absolutely vital to our state's workforce. They keep Maine healthy and working and contributing to our communities. This bond will make it possible to expand our impact in new and effective ways to address these workforce shortages, and I urge you to support LD 1597. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Herbert. We really appreciate it. Any questions from the committee for President Herbert? All right. Thank you for joining us. We'll move on now to Emily Ferry.
Good afternoon. How's my audio?
Very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Emily Ferry, and I'm the Workforce Program Manager at Maine Primary Care Association. We are pleased to submit testimony in support of LD 1597. Maine Primary Care Association is a membership organization that represents the collective voices of Maine's 20 community health centers, which provide high quality primary and preventative medical, behavioral health, and dental services for 1 in 6 Mainers. For more than 35 years, MPCA has provided technical assistance and training, housed relevant programs and services, and advocated on behalf of Maine's healthcare safety net and the hundreds of thousands of patients it serves each year. Maine Primary Care Association supports this bond proposal, which would support the University of New England's plan to relocate its College of Osteopathic Medicine and create the Institute for Interprofessional Education and Practice on its campus in Portland, Maine. In addition, the bond would provide funding to health centers and other sites across the state that provide clinical training opportunities for students. MPCA has a long-standing partnership with the University of New England. UNE trains more of our health professionals than any other institution. The quality of their graduates is excellent, and the care their trainees provide for patients is superior. UNE's plan to create a healthcare campus in Portland and establish an integrated professional education program is another meaningful step towards improving an already great institution and enhancing Maine's health workforce. Educating physicians alongside all other health professions will improve the university's training, which will translate into better care for patients in our community statewide. UNE sends students for clinical rotations at many of our member health centers. By experiencing firsthand what it's like to work at a community health center, students become familiar with our culture and our approach to delivering care. The interprofessional education they receive at UNE prepares these students to offer patients across Maine the comprehensive holistic care they need. These students become an important part of our local healthcare delivery systems and forge deep bonds within these communities. As a result, many of the students end up working in the communities where they have had their clinical experience after graduation. That kind of intensive educational experience helps us serve rural and underserved communities in Maine. Combining that with a commitment to telehealth, we will be able to provide world-class services in every corner of Maine through this partnership. On behalf of the patients, staff, and volunteers at Maine's community health centers, we urge passage of LD 1597. Thank you for considering our comments, and please do not hesitate to contact me directly with any follow-up questions. My contact information can be found in my submitted written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Emily Ferry from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Michelle Talka, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Michelle Talka. I'm the Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer for Central Maine Healthcare. And I'm here this afternoon not only for myself, but on behalf of Jeff Brickman, who is the President and CEO of Central Maine Healthcare. We are pleased to submit testimony in support of LD 1597. Central Maine Healthcare, or CMH, is an integrated healthcare delivery system serving over 400,000 people living in central, western, and mid-coast Maine. CMH's hospital facilities include Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston, the Bridgeton Hospital, and the Rumford Hospital. CMH also includes Central Maine Medical Group, a primary and specialty care practice organization. Other system services include the Central Maine Heart and Vascular Institute, a regional trauma program, Lifelight of Maine Southern Maine Base, the Central Maine Comprehensive Cancer Center, and other various high-quality clinical services. Central Maine Healthcare strives to provide high-quality, affordable services in locations that are accessible and convenient for our patients. As we develop new ways to meet these goals, we are changing the way healthcare is delivered in the state of Maine. However, I can tell you from a direct experience that Maine is experiencing a severe shortage of healthcare professionals in every type of clinical care profession, and this problem is only predicted to become worse in future years. We need creative solutions for growing our healthcare workforce, and that is what this bond proposal represents. The University of the UNE is Maine's first educator of healthcare professionals. The bond would provide funding to UNE to relocate its College of Medicine to Portland so that physicians can be trained alongside more than a dozen other health professions on the same campus. At the same time, the bond would provide funding to clinical sites across the state so that local sites have the resources they need to host students for clinical rotations, which is an important component of their education. The more we embed these health professionals in Maine throughout Maine during their training, by educating them here in the state at our schools, including UNE, and by putting them to work in our communities during their clinical rotations, the more likely they are to stay in Maine or return to Maine after their training is complete. Central Maine Healthcare has a long-standing partnership with the University of New England. CMH is dedicated to educating and training new healthcare providers, and we do that in collaboration with UNE. CMH serves as a clinical campus for UNE's third-year medical students, and these doctors become a critical part of our care team during their time with us. Many of these doctors also come back to work at CMH after graduation, or at least to practice in the Lewiston-Auburn area. In fact, more of our physicians come from UNE than any other medical school, so our partnership with the university is tremendously important to us. CMH also hosts rotations for many of UNE's other healthcare professionals, including certified registered nursing assistants, physician assistants, pharmacists, and more. We provide hands-on clinical education and training for these students, and they in turn provide excellent care to our patient population. UNE's plans to co-locate its medical school with other health profession programs and create an Institute for Interpersonal Education and Practice represents an important investment in Maine's healthcare workforce. UNE and its clinical partners are committed to helping tackle this challenging issue of training Maine's future healthcare workers. We urge the committee to help us in our efforts by passing LD 1597. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee for Michelle Talca? Representative Cardone.
Thank you. In listening to this testimony, I am intrigued by this proposal and this partnership. The thing that concerns me is that the location will be in Portland, and we seem to have such a need for workforce in rural healthcare. Is there anything about this program that will encourage or ensure that not only will these graduates stay in Maine, but they're willing to move outside of the Portland curtilage and go to Oxford County or Washington County or Piscataquis County and service our needs statewide, not just in the greater Portland area?
Do you want to take that question, Ms. Talca?
Yes, I'd be happy to. And then certainly Dr. Herbert can join in and comment as well. I would say that the one thing that is important to remember about this is that as these medical students are working through UNE and going to clinical rotations, like on our campus here in Lewiston, Auburn, we expose them to our other locations. So they don't just come to Lewiston, they go to Rumford, they go to Bridgeton, and they may go out to other practices that are represented across the state of Central and Western Maine, where we have all of our specialty and primary care practices. So we do our best to introduce them to a wider berth of Maine, not just to the Portland area. So that's one of the reasons why these clinical rotations are so important, that they see beyond their medical school location what else there is to offer in Maine.
May I elaborate?
Yes, I invited Dr. Herbert back to reply to that. And then we have a question from Representative Hymanson. Go ahead, Dr. Herbert.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would echo what was just said. This is actually, we're very, very intentional about UNE, of addressing underserved populations throughout the state. And those are primarily in our rural areas. So the whole idea here, what we intentionally recruit students from rural areas because they're the ones that are more likely to then practice in rural areas. And all of our training sites, not all, most of our training sites are outside of the Portland area so that students are actually placed in those sites. We're also looking to develop new GME, new residency programs in rural parts of the state as well, which is a big challenge for other reasons, but we're very, very much committed to addressing the healthcare of the underserved needs of Maine. And in fact, if you look at the dental school, I mentioned that earlier as just one example, that's exactly what we've done. The dental school is in Portland, and that's where they get their initial training, classroom training, but then they move out into rotations in all areas of the state. We have partnerships in Farmington, we have them in the county, and students then are, and our track record of placing students after graduation in those areas is very, very strong. We've now placed students in dental students, graduates, in all the REM counties of the state, where in underserved areas that didn't have access to dentists at all. And that's actually only after graduating 4 classes of dental school students. So we're absolutely committed to addressing underserved areas, and we're doing that in a very intentional way. And the telehealth piece of this bond that I talked about is exactly why we're looking to do that. So we can take a nurse practitioner or a PA or a general practice, a primary care doctor, and then have them be able to expand their scope of practice and provide more services than they would otherwise be able to do in a rural community through telehealth tools. So I hope that addresses the question. Happy to elaborate. If I get kind of excited about this stuff, so I could go on, but I'll stop.
Great. Thank you.
Representative Hymanson. You're on mute, Representative Hymanson.
God, you'd think I'd know that already. I have heard from people in rural districts that they are concerned that telemedicine will take away live practitioners around them. And so by your encouraging, this is a great model, new model, this telemedicine and teamwork. I'm as a neurologist, I completely understand why you would do that. But it also may fray the live practitioner who's a cognitive specialist. Dentists are procedural, surgeons are procedural, but cognitive specialists like neurology, psychiatry, rheumatology, the specialties, and potentially primary care don't have to be in that area, and so they may not choose to locate, and they may choose to be all in telemedicine, which is both good and bad for people who want a live practitioner. So how do you consider that balance?
So I view telehealth, telemedicine as simply a tool to supplement the services that a primary care practitioner would already be providing, not as a replacement for a primary care practitioner. Now, some of those practitioners will be physicians, but some may be mid-level practitioners. So PAs, for example, or nurse practitioners. And the key with telemedicine is that they can be able, not only, it works 2 ways, they can then consult back to the tertiary care medical centers, right, and the teaching hospitals and the university itself for consultation as needed in order to expand their scope of practice. I mean, there's no way we're going to be able to create all of the specialties in every corner of the state. It's just physically impossible. So what we need are primary care practitioners who can then have a greater scope of practice to diagnose and treat certain problems, but at least to diagnose them and monitor patients. The other piece is what's emerging are just amazing digital medicine technologies that go beyond Zoom. So what we're talking about here is not merely Zooming with patients, right? It's about wearable devices. It's about ways of actually being able to monitor patients in real time, their symptoms, much more closely than we are now. So in no way is this about getting rid of practitioners. I mean, we actually want to produce more practitioners, which is the whole point of expanding the class size of our med school. And most of our med students, unlike at most other medical schools, most of our med students go into primary care. And so we're looking to expand the numbers of those students and expand their reach by keeping them in Maine. And that's where the partnership with the clinical sites comes in. Because if students who train in those locations are more likely to stay in those locations. So I hear you, and I don't want to imply that we're looking to replace doctors with Zoom screens, because that's not at all the vision.
Thank you for that.
I would echo that. As a provider of healthcare services, we're nowhere near the place where we would replace people. We are really looking to supplement the services. And to some degree, there's an economics here that telehealth really helps us benefit the entire state. Because as you have these highly trained specialists who you need a volume of patients in order to support. And sometimes with a population like ours that is distributed the way it is, it's very difficult to support a full-time practitioner, in a very rural place. But people still need the services. And so to Dr. Herbert's comments, you can use that telemedicine to help provide that specialty care or that referral or that consult, as opposed to making them drive to Lewiston or Auburn or to Portland to get that same service. So there's a huge convenience and a practical piece to this, at least in the near term, as we work to build up the number of healthcare providers that we have in the state, which I'm afraid is going to take a very long time to get to a point where we have a surplus of any of these people. So I hope that the telemedicine piece can really catch on a little bit more. It was very popular during COVID. We saw a huge boon in the utilization of telemedicine, even for primary care, and it has now dropped back off again. But it is going to be, I think, a wave of the future for a lot of reasons.
Thank you both. Any further questions for the folks from UNE on this bill? Okay, I'm not seeing any. And I'm not seeing anyone else in the attendee list. I think I will therefore formally close the public hearing on LD 1597. We do have another I have my bill, which I'll do last. Representative Samantha Warren is here with her bill LD 384. She's been waiting patiently. And I believe this bill is a concept draft, so we will probably be brief. But here I will move over Representative Warren. And we will formally open the public hearing on LD 384. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, Representative Warren. And
hello, thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for hearing me out. And it will be very brief. I just wanted to thank you all being before your committee, and I'm very aware that I'm before lunch for y'all. So this was a concept draft. It looks like ARP money is going to be most relevant to it, having to do with weatherization, certain priority for low-income individuals, and in relationship to the CAP programs. And it does seem that that's going to be in another place. So I don't want to take any more time of yours than necessary, and appreciate your time today. And of course, I would be happy to take your questions, but also understand there's lunch. So
great. Any questions for Representative Warren? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to turn the proverbial gavel over to my co-chair, and you'll get to hear the best bill of the day.
Oh, okay, Senator Breen.
I'm very punchy over here. Very, very punchy.
Can everyone hear me okay? Because, it's time to hear another voice maybe. No, I'm kidding. Senator Breen, I'd like to open up the public hearing on LD 1647, which is your bill. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Representative Peirce and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Kathy Breen. You know me well. I'm here to introduce LD 1647, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to provide funds for infrastructure projects across the state and to direct the Department of Environmental Protection to establish a state infrastructure adaptation fund and pre-development assistance program. This initiative comes directly from the Maine Climate Council's final report, Maine Won't Wait. According to that report, through October 2020, the United States has experienced 16 weather and climate disasters with damages of $1 billion. Preparing for action now to mitigate and adapt to climate change will ensure a stronger future for Maine. I'm honored to have been appointed to the Climate Council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group. I'm introducing LD 1647 because as a member of this working group, and especially as a parent, I'm deeply concerned that public policy in this country does not reflect the urgency of climate change. This bill will allow Mainers to decide whether to spend $100 million to create a state infrastructure adaptation fund and pre-development assistance program in the Department of Environmental Protection to prepare for the effects of global warming. Maine needs to gain a clear understanding of the risks presented by climate change. The first step in the process of preparing our state for weather emergencies, according to the Climate Council, should be to determine climate vulnerability for Maine's infrastructure related to transportation, water, energy, communications, and community. This includes everything from roads and bridges to drinking water systems and public housing. According to the final report, vulnerability assessments should provide an understanding of 1, the climate hazards to which infrastructure assets are exposed, the likelihood of that hazard occurring, and how the intensity and likelihood of those hazards may change over time. 2, the asset's susceptibility to damage or failure given its location, design, age, conditions, and state of repair. And 3, the consequences that impairment or failure of that asset will have on public safety and health, state and local economies, and the environment and natural resources. In addition to paying for these critical assessments, the money from this bond would leverage substantial federal funding to help complete Maine's backlog of almost 1,800 infrastructure adaptation projects. These plans are designed to guard against climate disasters and reduce the costs of recovery. The estimated cost of these projects, which span Maine's 16 counties, is $325 million. The Climate Council estimates that Maine's investment in these initiatives to protect our communities would leverage 4 to 10 times as much in federal dollars. Completing these projects would fulfill our basic responsibility to keep Mainers safe. And I must add that they would have an enormous fiscal value. Credit rating agencies are starting to factor into their conclusions how well states prepare for the effects of global warming. If a state is left susceptible to climate change, the cost of borrowing money to guard against it in the future could go up substantially. Beyond just funding for these projects, this bill will allow Maine to look forward and continue this important work well into the future. Working waterfronts and vulnerable communities will need help identifying new projects and making them shovel ready. The funds from this bond would provide pre-development assistance with project design, permitting, grant writing, engineering, communications, community engagement, and facilitating public-private partnerships, among other important actions. Finally, this bond would provide our state with a reserve of emergency funds that we would use to leverage federal money in the future in the event of a weather disaster. This actual rainy day fund would provide peace of mind for Maine's communities as we adapt to the gradual effects of climate change. $100 million sounds like a lot until we consider the cost of doing nothing. According to the EPA, coastal cities and towns will become more vulnerable to storms in the coming century as sea levels rise, shorelines erode, and storm surges become ever higher. Storms can destroy coastal homes, wash out highways and rail lines, and damage essential communication, energy, and wastewater management infrastructure. To put it more bluntly, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration predicts that Commercial Street in Portland will be under at least a foot of water by the year 2100. We must take bold action now to prepare the world we are leaving to our children and grandchildren for the effects of global warming. This bond will allow us to take the first step in this unfortunate but necessary process. I hope you'll support the bill, and of course, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Breen. Are there any questions for the senator regarding her bill? Seeing none. I'm not aware of anyone that's in our attendee list that would like to speak to this bill, but if you are there and would like to speak to this, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone in our attendee list either, Senator Breen. So with that, I will conclude the public hearing on LD 1647. That concludes our work for the morning. We will be reconvening at 2 o'clock to hear from Gordon Smith about the opioid response and funding that's going on in the state. So it'll be the same Zoom account, correct, Senator Breen? I'll ask if Maureen or the senator has anything to add other than we'll see everybody at 2 o'clock.
I believe so, although Maureen is coming on, so she might have something enlightening to say.
Coming on to say I'm not coming on.
Fair enough. Okay. Well said. Yeah. Thanks everyone for this morning. Appreciate all the attention to the final sort of round of bonds, and we'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Same Zoom channel.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, they're due on next Tuesday, the 25th. This one's early. VLA is doing their work.
That's why I liked IF&W. You didn't have work so damn hard. Okay.
Solid. Your
Yeah.
mic is on, as is your camera.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be on a different Zoom, Barbara. So I'm going to Zoom out of this one.
You have to exit one to get on another.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought I had, but I will do that. Thank you.
All right. We good? Because we're still streaming. So
I'm leaving.
all right. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my mic working okay now? Sweet. Well, welcome back to the 2 o'clock block of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I'm Teresa Peirce, the House Chair of the committee. We've already introduced ourselves this morning at our bond public hearings, so I don't think we'll go through that again. We might just get right to our work. I see that Director Gordon Smith is here to give us an update on the opioid and substance abuse work and status about what's been going on through the pandemic and before. We're delighted to have you here, and we'll just sort of have you take it away right now. And then I think it's just a Q&A with our committee, but we really appreciate your time and appreciate you being here.
Well, I very much appreciate the invitation, Representative Peirce, and it's nice to see you all. I'm going to assume you can hear me okay, and I appreciate the time. I've been able to present our updated strategic plan for opioid response to about 3 of the committees of jurisdiction: Judiciary, Health and Human Services, Criminal Justice. So you are my fourth time. Eventually I'll get it right, hopefully. But again, it's a pleasure to see you all. The updated plan and it's about 12 pages. It has been sent through Maureen to all of you. I'm not going to assume that you've all looked at it. I'm going to give you the highlights, and then I'd really like to answer your questions. And you are obviously a very important committee. You deal with the resources that people like me then try to make available to people who are struggling in the state. We haven't relied much on the general fund. Right in Executive Order 2, which was issued on February 6th, February 6th of 2019. The executive order itself says that I'm to find the resources available to direct to opioid response, and to, where possible, to find those resources in the federal government, private philanthropy, every place except the state taxpayer money. Not that we're precluded, obviously, and you have helped us from time to time, but clearly the largest amount of money for substance use disorder treatment and prevention, harm reduction, and recovery support in the state is coming from the federal government, and coming in increasing amounts of late. Why did we update the strategic plan? The increasing number of fatal overdoses that we started seeing toward the end of 2019 was certainly one of the factors to see whether we in fact needed to commit more resources to harm reduction, whether we needed to change our priorities. Nothing really to the governor and I is more important than keeping people alive. And we said that when my appointment was announced, and we've said it since, and we still say it because we've not been very successful at it, frankly. We are paying a lot more attention now to non-fatal overdoses, and we can get into that subject. But it's a really difficult matter with respect to the fatalities. And just the passage of time, we wanted to take another look at our priorities. And then finally, the pandemic. I mean, I almost do feel that we've lost a year on some of our major initiatives, that I had about a year in the position, and we had a lot of accomplishments. And you'll see that in the first page of the strategic report, the updated plan, we do take the time to list about 11 of the things that we said we would do that we have done. And then March came, and I'll just give you 2 good examples of the impact. We had said at the time of Executive Order number 2 that we wanted every person incarcerated to have the opportunity to have medication-assisted treatment if they had a substance use disorder. As recently as 3 years ago, there was really no medication-assisted treatment going on virtually anywhere in the prison system, obviously run by the Department of Corrections, or in the county jails. We now have a program going virtually everywhere. But when March came of 2020, and we couldn't get recovery coaches into the jails, and then the priority for the jail administrators became not their new MAT program, but to keep the staff and the residents free of COVID. That was nothing I was going to argue about. So again, now it's 14 months later, and the programs exist, but they are not nearly as robust, in my opinion, as they would have been without the pandemic. The other major program affected was we had said that we wanted treatment, low barrier treatment through medication-assisted treatment available in all 33 emergency departments in the state of Maine. And we had grant-supported activities to do training of the nursing staff, of the support staff. We had physicians training physicians, and under the law, even without getting your waiver to provide Suboxone, you can treat in the emergency room for up to 72 hours. We were at about 22 hospital emergency departments which were doing that. And then in March, people stopped coming to the emergency room. So those programs, again, still exist. They will grow again. But I do feel that a lot of our work has been that we've lost a year in some of our initiatives. What have we accomplished? Well, we said we would, again, purchase I think at that time we said we would purchase 35,000 doses of naloxone, and now we have purchased between 60 and 70,000 doses of naloxone, and those are keeping people alive. We have documented now between the Attorney General's supply and our supply, well over 2,000 people have been saved. Yes, 500 people have been lost, but I can wake up, I can sleep at night knowing that if we weren't doing the things that we were doing, the numbers would be even worse. We have also recruited over 500 and trained 500 recovery coaches. We even with the challenges of the pandemic, we have provided medication-assisted treatment with support from the Office of Behavioral Health through federal grants. Over 500 inmates, residents within the Department of Corrections, and a commitment by them to have every inmate offered medication-assisted treatment if they have a substance use disorder by the end of this year. It's quite remarkable. And in the jails, we've had well over between probably 200 and 300 people treated in the jails. Again, I've talked about the emergency departments. We continue to increase the number of individuals who can provide treatment, MAT, through the waiver process, and the government just announced that they will no longer require the additional training if you treat 20, 30 patients or less. That will help us continue to embed addiction treatment in primary care where it needs to be, where it's the only place it can be, because we'll never have enough addiction psychiatrists in the state of Maine to have everybody have access to a specialist. We've increased the number of recovery residences in the state. Representative Fecto's been an advocate of efforts to have more recovery residences, have them certified. We have now, I think, 53 that are certified through the National Alliance of Recovery Residences, and but we have 120 overall in the state. When we began this process, there were 9 counties that did not have any, and we've done a women's and that children can be in our facility at Safe Harbor in Machias. We've opened up a men's facility in Caribou. There's a women's facility in Millinocket. So we have just about located something in each of the counties. We've increased the syringe exchange programs, which are so important in terms of people not sharing needles, not spreading HIV and hepatitis C in the most vulnerable areas of the state. We began with 7, we now have 15 sites, and there's a couple applications pending. When you think about keeping people alive and the people who are most vulnerable to a fatal overdose, where would I find those people as the opioid director? The only part of our system that connects directly with people using drugs are our syringe exchange programs. So the ability through our options initiative, which is putting behavioral health specialists on the ground in each county to connect with people who are at most at risk. That person really is the person most at risk, frankly, of being in the numbers next week is the person who last week survived their overdose, but has not changed their behavior in any way. We've not connected with them, and they're going to be a fatal overdose at some point. Again, I can't overemphasize the significance of being able to connect with people through the syringe exchanges. We've also been able to increase the number of recovery residences. Recovery centers from about 9 to now 13, with 2 more about to open. And many of you are aware of this LD that it's been turned into a resolve to encourage us to be able to locate a recovery residence, at least in every county. And the recovery centers are really important because you can locate, we can do a lot of support meetings there. They're all open now. And maybe one that's not reopened. And so you can center a lot of activities there. And then finally, we've done a lot in the way of primary prevention, really worked with the Department of Education to get their curriculum on social emotional learning out to all 700 schools. So over 400 modules. It's been like, I don't have the number in front of me, but they've been, the modules have been accessed over 12,000 times as of about 30 days ago. And then we've also been able to put together a proposal, at least to expand the adult drug courts. And we'll continue to do that. While we would like people who basically need treatment not to get caught up in the criminal justice system. We can't always ignore the crimes that have been committed, and if they are caught up in that system, I would much rather have them in adult drug court where there is really intensive case management going on, and they're very successful. They're saving people's lives, and by the end of this year, we're in hopes to have drug court operating in every county except Aroostook. We would be in Aroostook County, in my opinion, except that the district attorney says he doesn't want to have drug court. Before you asked me the question, Representative Martin, of why we aren't in Aroostook. The updated plan does note that it's still focused in the areas of prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery support. But there's several shared values that go across all those focused areas. One is data. We've been able to have a opioid data sharing committee. We have found 25 or so sources of opioid data. That data gets reported into our data committee. We have data, we then look at that data and put it up on the new maindrugdata.org website. That's where we're now posting the fatality data every month rather than waiting for the end of a quarter or the end of a year. We do that with the cooperation of the Attorney General's office. The other shared value throughout the 4 focused areas is really stigma reduction. That when I get asked in a lot of media,
Is he the only one frozen?
I think so.
Well, how would we let him know that? Mr. Smith, if you can hear us, you're frozen.
You might need to sign out and sign back in.
I will try emailing him. Maybe he'll see that.
It was, you're back. Your mic is, you're muted currently.
okay.
All right, you
Thanks.
froze on us there for a hot second, but
All right. Well, if that happens again, I'll use my phone. I apologize. What cogent statement was I making when you lost me? I think I was talking about
You were
stigma.
on stigma reduction.
Yep.
You
Excellent.
just started on stigma reduction.
Okay. Not in my media interviews. I'm frequently asked, well, what's been your greatest challenge in your work? And it really has been stigma, because not everybody in the state has bought into the notion that people with substance use disorders should be treated just like anyone else with a medical diagnosis and a chronic illness, and that it's not a moral failing, it's an illness, and there's lots of causative factors that can lead to it. Some genetic, some environmental, adverse childhood events, trauma, all of it. So it was constantly battling stigma, and that affects all of our efforts, whether it's prevention, treatment, harm reduction, or recovery support. I'll make a comment about each of the focused areas and what is new in the updated plan. We start with prevention, and we had worked for a year with a prevention task force to get the experts in prevention in the room to say, well, what's the best curriculum? What do we need to do here? And there's 2 big components. One is education in the schools and pre-K, but it's also the youth serving organizations outside the school. You can't put this all on the schools, and you understand that. They've got all they can handle. It needs to be a part of it. And the curriculum that Commissioner Macon and the social emotional learning team at Department of Education has put together is really a good curriculum. And it's still up to each school what they use. There's still schools that use Prime for Life, Second Steps, Sources of Strength, but those they all had to pay for, and the materials had to be paid for. Commissioner Macon was committed to making sure that all 700 schools received from pre-K to grade 12, received the curriculum modules that would be appropriate for the particular age group for free. And those, as I say, have been accessed as of 30 days ago, at least 12,000 times. But we also are working with every youth organization to try to share ideas with them, whether it's a Boys and Girls Club, 4-H, Scouting. With respect to the prevention, it really does take the proverbial village. And there's nothing more important. If we can't improve on the situation of our 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds in middle school, starting to experiment with alcohol, then move to marijuana, then pills, then they can't get pills. All of a sudden, they're 16 years old and they're injecting heroin. I hear that every week. I have a story of that. I have, kids are using younger and younger, and they're and so much of it is due to trauma, poverty, the social determinants of health, multi-generational drug use. Really disheartening stories about 16-year-olds that we might have at day one in a residential facility who were introduced to drugs by their parents at age 11. I think in Maine, a lot of us longtime Mainers don't want to think that this happens in our communities, but it does. And there's no part of the state, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about a rural area or an urban area. It's shocking how many people in Maine are still using illicit drugs. So prevention, you wish you could take every dollar we could get our hands on, put it all in prevention. But we also have to look at what's right in front of us. And what's right in front of us are people who do need treatment. So we have put a lot into treatment, a lot into outpatient treatment, but we still have major deficits in residential treatment, in adolescent care, and in detox, which Dr. Letourneau constantly reminds me we are supposed to now call medically supervised withdrawal. And it's so disheartening when a person is finally ready after injecting drugs for 10 years, they're ready to come into treatment. And what's not getting them into treatment is that they are so afraid of being dope sick and not being helped with that they just keep using. So we really need to put more into medically supervised withdrawal. And as you know, we're not only not making gains in that, we lost temporarily the beds at Milestone, and we only had 2 facilities in the state that did this work, supported by the state, one in Portland at Milestone and one in Hamden called New Horizons. It's run by Wellspring. We only had less than 30 beds, and we just lost 16 of them temporarily. Now, the good news, to say some positive things, is that with the 1115 waiver from CMS that Medicaid now has, it's called the IMD exclusion waiver. They will reimburse for a facility that has more than 16 beds. So when those beds come back online, if we can help, and we can, I think, help Milestone, we are helping them, we might be able to add 8 beds, which would make it more sustainable in the long run anyway. So that's all I'll say about treatment. Harm reduction, again, we're still losing 10 to 12 people a week. So we can't let up, we can't give up. We've got the options program, which is again trying to connect with people. We've got a media program that delivers messages like call 911, don't use alone. We want you to be alive. We also have, as I say, we're still buying $1 million a year's worth of naloxone and distributing it through 3 state distributors who then distribute to well over 100 tier 2 distributors. And then we are, again, expanding the number of syringe exchange programs. I really like to call them syringe service providers, because it's not just about the needles. It really is about the services that are provided and connecting with people in the hopes that at some point in time, they may be ready to find a pathway to recovery. And then I'll close with our recovery support. This is the one I'm perhaps proudest of, because I think we've done the most. Recovery centers, recovery residences, recovery-ready communities, recovery-ready campuses. We're talking about rolling out a recovery-friendly worksite program similar to New Hampshire's and Rhode Island's. People particularly in early recovery, need a lot of support. And so they have a recovery center in their town, have a recovery coach that they can work with, get a job, have a roof over their head in a certified, well-operated recovery residence. Those are really incredibly important. And we have been able to advance the opportunities in all of those areas, and we're going to continue to do so. So I'd like to close with that and just, again, thank you for your time. I'm very proud of what we've done, but acknowledge that, it's complicated. There's no silver bullet. There's not one thing that you could do that's going to turn this around quickly. When we come out of I really feel for 14 months, my job has been to manage an epidemic within a pandemic. It's been a challenge. The overdoses, a lot of people really, I think they give us in policy a bit of a break and say, well, it's the pandemic. But it's not. We saw this spike in the overdose fatalities in the fall of 2019, and it's not changed much since then. 10 to 12 a week. Some weeks we'll have 16. Some weeks we'll be down to 7 or 8, and we get excited for a week, and then the next week is 13. You saw the numbers. For last year, 504 is probably the final number. And again, we shouldn't just focus on those fatalities, because for every one of those fatalities, there's probably 10 overdoses that the person saved. But we need, again, to just double down. We've got money committed to this liaisons program. We've got the people hired in 14 of the 16 counties. And I do think it's the singular activity that we can do that's got the most hope of keeping people alive, because you've got to connect with them. Addiction is about isolation, and recovery is about connecting. And with that, I'll close. I'm an optimist. I think this will get better, but not without being successful in all the 4 domains. We can't be unsuccessful in either prevention, treatment, harm reduction, or recovery support, or we won't get out of this. So, we will get through the pandemic. We're perhaps seeing our way out of that tunnel, but when we get to the other side, when we see the light at the end of the tunnel, I'm sorry to say we're going to still have a very serious addiction and opioid epidemic in the state that really, while there's more resources, while there's more treatment, there's more recovery support, there's more harm reduction, it really isn't any better than it was, really. And I think because of some of the elements of the pandemic, arguably it's worse. But we're not letting up. We're going to do everything we can. You'll hear Thursday about, there's a lot of opportunities there's a lot of programming and support in the change package, a lot directed to mental health and substance use disorder. The 1-pager that Representative Hymanson asked for that just breaks out substance use disorder in that package. I think you have it now. If you don't, you're going to have it. I've seen it. And it does a nice job in a page of telling you where these tens of millions of dollars are going. And that doesn't count all of the benefit of some of the Medicaid pieces. It doesn't include the enhanced block grant, substance use block grant money coming. It doesn't include potential settlement monies that will be at the Attorney General's office. And it doesn't include the new prevention and treatment fund that's generating about 1.9 million for us to put directly into prevention and treatment. So now I really will stop. Again, it's great seeing you all. I'm happy to answer. I hope you'll have a question or two. We are working hard at this, and I appreciate the opportunity to let you know what we're doing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the update. We do have a number of hands go up, but I want to just address this 1-pager. I know that you did send that to Senator Breen and myself. Did you send it to our staff or not? I want to make sure that we're making sure that's getting to everyone.
About two separate documents.
I just
Representative-
I want to make sure that, and maybe Maureen Dawson can let us know at the end of this what she has and hasn't received to make sure that we're all getting the same information.
The strategic action plan is about 11 pages, and that's a document that I did share with you and Representative Hymanson, but that was also, Maureen, I think has made that now all available to you. I sent it to her this morning.
Great.
So that's really what I've been talking about. The one page is really directed to your public hearing and the questions that were asked, I think probably when either Commissioner Figueroa or whoever briefed you on the budget. I know that the people at the Office of Behavioral Health and the entire department have been working extremely hard. There's a lot to talk about there. And there's a lot in mental health, and there's a lot in substance abuse. So that one pager is really a document that's coming directly from Commissioner Lambrew.
Great. Thank
And
you.
I thought that it did get to you today, but if not, it's going to get to you within a few hours, because I know that everybody signed off on it.
Okay, we'll make sure that everybody has everything that you've sent. Thank you so much. So we'll start with Representative Cardone, and then Cloutier, and then Corey.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, Mr. Smith. I have two questions, really. The first one is, can you tell us, based on your experience now, what doesn't work for treatment? Where are we not getting good value for our dollar? What sort of proposals should we stay away from in terms of having scarce funding and a huge pandemic? I've heard some things that do work. I want to know what to be aware of on the other side.
Well, that's a terrific question, because I don't have a good answer for it. I would say, I've been forced to be kind of a generalist because I've had to learn a lot about. I know a lot about healthcare, but I didn't know a lot about addiction. I didn't know much about harm reduction. I would just answer that question at the 30,000 feet level and say, we know that the war on drugs did not work. We have a 50-year experience that through lots and trillions of dollars, I'm sure, in those 50 years, and there's just as many drugs around as ever, and they're more dangerous than ever, and more people are dying than ever. In the country, maybe last year, 83,000 people. Think about that. 83,000 people. And so the traditional approaches, arrest, prosecution, seizure, that's not working. And law enforcement knows it's not working. I saw the interview. I worked very closely with the chief, the sheriff, Commissioner Soschuk, the MDEA, high-tech people. And I saw and what Sheriff Joyce said when he had gone up to Standish, where they'd have Standish, a town of what, 3,000 people or less, had 4 or 5 fatalities in 3 weeks. And he was up there and he did a media interview, and he simply said, with respect to the supply and demand, because I think the interviewer asked him, how can we stop these drugs from coming into the state? He said, we can't. That any notion that we really are going to deal with this by just stopping this at the border, we've got 50 years that tells us, no, we're not. They mail now crystal meth directly into the state. The biggest suppliers of drugs now into the state of the United States Postal Service, UPS, and FedEx. So, and yet every day you can read in the paper that they've stopped another automobile and found guns, cash, lots of drugs. Apparently we could stop one of those every day, and there'd be somebody there the next day. The profit motive in the drug cartels is so extraordinary that we're not going to be able to stop the drugs from coming. So what's the answer? The answer, obviously, is to affect the demand side. And the drugs will always come, and we have to hope that someday our kids and our young adults are living really strong, healthy, productive lives and are not interested in drugs. and the drugs will come and there'll be nobody interested in them and they'll go elsewhere. So that would be my kind of 30,000 view answer to your question, Representative Cardone, but it is a good one.
And if I could ask a second question, please. You said that stigma reduction, I think, is your most serious challenge right now. What programs, either that have been proposed in this change package, or that you would like to see at some point in the future, would best target stigma reduction?
There are some programs that we've had that we will continue. As I say, most of our funding really comes from the federal monies. We can deliver the message, but behavior change is much more difficult. I participated in 3 community efforts that was put together by the Greater Portland Council of Governments. GP COG seems like they call it, and they'd hired a facilitator, and it was Falmouth, maybe Gorham, maybe Portland, and through a series of meetings with everybody participating, you need city council, you need the police department, fire, education, employers, people, always people in recovery at the table. They're the ones that have credibility. And you get them all in a room and you talk about this and acknowledge that, yeah, we have a problem in this town. And so I think, again, that there's no easy way to do that. You do it the hard way. You talk to people and you talk and you talk and you talk. And it's getting better, I think. There are more people that acknowledge that this is really a medical issue. It's a public health issue. It's not just a crime thing. So I think, again, that some of those types of initiatives, and I'll do a shout out to the city council in Augusta. There wasn't much going on in Augusta in terms of there's no recovery center. There's relatively few recovery residences. And Representative Fector is well aware of this, but the city council, because there's a couple of real activists there that were elected, they got the council to designate this as a priority. They did some strategic planning. They have a task force, a mayor's task force. I attend that meeting. I don't live in Augusta, but I live close by. And it will, over time, change, I think, things in Augusta. We're talking about a recovery center. We're talking about more recovery residences. And Main Access Points, one of our vendors for the syringe exchanges, came in the other night and did a complete training for the city council on how to apply naloxone. And every city council left with a naloxone kit. So that's one community, one person, one community at a time, is the only way that I know how to do it.
Thank you.
You bet.
We have then Representative Cloutier and Representative Corey, and then Representative Arata. Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gordon, or Mr. Smith, sorry, for being with us today. So just kind of following up, I guess, on what Representative Cardone just asked in terms of stigma. When I sort of think about that, I think about how we can reduce criminal penalties on some of these more minor things. So I know that Representative McDonald had a bill that would have eliminated criminal penalties for possession of hypodermic needles. And I think that got a pretty strong bipartisan vote out of committee, and then it has a very small fiscal note on it. And so, with my AFA hat on, I'm just sort of wondering if you could give us your thoughts on that bill and how that sort of plays into the bigger situation that we're facing. And then I have a second question that's completely unrelated to this.
Yeah, thanks for the question. That was LD 994, I think. We supported the bill. I think Mr. McKinney, the DEA director, gave the administration's testimony. We supported it. it's a very important bill to our opioid efforts, because it does it helps advance our syringe exchanges, but also it also affects drug paraphernalia, which includes drug testing equipment. So right now, it is technically, in my opinion, unlawful to use fentanyl test strips in the state, notwithstanding that we have a pilot project out of Boston where 5 police departments are distributing fentanyl test strips. And because it's mostly fentanyl that is killing people, it's very important if we can work with people still using drugs and get them to test their drugs to see. Now, it's not, again, it's not a silver bullet because it doesn't tell you how much fentanyl is in your drug. And it's going to stop relatively few people from probably going on and taking the drug. But they may take less. They may also, if it's meth, if it's something that really is uncommon, well, if it's meth or cocaine, they might decide, at least they know that fentanyl's in it. So I think it's a very important bill for both those reasons. And I've encouraged the committee that still has the bill, I believe, to put an emergency preamble on it, because I hate to lose 10 or 12 people a week and wait until an effective date of next September when we could be distributing fentanyl test strips right now. And the federal government recently made a decision that we can use federal grant money to buy fentanyl test strips. So I'm glad you asked the question. I consider it an important bill. And it does have either a 10-1 or unanimous report out of the Criminal Justice Committee.
And your second question, Representative Cloutier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I represent Lewiston, and we have a fairly large immigrant and refugee population here. And one of the things that we're hearing from that community is concern around their young folks getting involved in drugs and either being incarcerated or not having culturally or language appropriate facilities. And actually there's a work session on a bill that I'm a co-sponsor of that would create halfway houses for immigrant youth in the state before criminal justice. And so I'm just wondering if there are efforts within your office to sort of focus resources on those populations and how we're doing outreach in terms of the 4 buckets that you named.
Yes, I've met with the community twice, and not just me. I mean, we probably had 20 people from state government, people from the Office of Behavioral Health, people from the Maine CDC. That's now Dr. Shah, you saw announced that there'll be he's reestablishing the Office of Health of Equity. And so we're very much working with the community. I think we've learned through our work over the years with the tribes as well, and Maine indigenous population, that almost all of our approaches in the past have not been appropriate. We have to listen. And so on both of those Zoom calls, we really listen, and we listen to the kids, and we listen to their organization, we listen to their leaders. And it's a very interesting cultural issue that drug use in their native countries was pretty much taboo. So it just wasn't an issue there. I mean, now they're here, and their children, many of them were born here or very young when they came here. And they are subjected to the same temptations and solicitations as any other teenager in America. And some of them are preyed upon as well, because sometimes there's poverty involved. And so the kids have a difficult time talking with the parents about it. Sometimes there's even a language barrier. And it's really, it was really an eye opener, I think, for all of us, that that we need unique, we need to really help them and provide them with some resources. They'd had a fatality, a fatal overdose of maybe a 20, 21-year-old. I remember shortly before we had the first meeting, and So everybody's concerned about it. And we are absolutely working with them. We have several special populations, I would say. Moms who are using, who we may have put on methadone, and working with them and their substance exposed infants. The tribal populations have been affected way beyond their percentage, what would be expected based upon their percentage of population. And I think the new Mainers, the immigrant population, absolutely would be a third. Just to say nothing about also our BIPOC population, our population of Black citizens who absolutely, you've seen that we look at the data on their the disparity with respect to fatalities is not nearly as great as it is in the criminal justice system. But certainly there are racial elements. We all understand that with respect to the criminal justice system and drugs and prosecution for drugs. And we're very cognizant of that and working on all of it and take it very seriously.
Thank you. Representative Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Smith. So back in 2015, I lost a very close family member to an fentanyl overdose, a pseudo-fentanyl overdose. And, at that point, I felt like, we had, hopefully, saw a low point, you know what I mean? The high water mark and this stuff happening. And I just remember sort of the attitudes then. I was very, new to the legislature. I had colleagues that were very, very suspicious of naloxone, how many times somebody should receive it, which was really unfortunate. Very suspicious of MAT. That was something where, there were huge debates about, whether or not, people should, be doing MAT, or if they should be, detoxing and then, living in this, sort of substance-free, life. Even amongst MAT, some MAT providers, then you had people that were, thinking that eventually, you needed to taper people off, of those drugs. So there was even, suspicion and debate, there with regard to, how well it worked. Fast forward to today, 504 deaths, quite a bit more. You had mentioned you're optimistic. I'm not optimistic right now. I feel like we did a lot in the legislature to try to move this needle, and, have worked really hard to change, minds surrounding these things. I know I dragged a lot of people into corners, and beat them, up and said, what are you thinking? That's not cool. That's not right. I mean, I want to know what we're not doing at a policy level that needs to, do you know what I mean? Be done right now without talking about the war on drugs that, do you know what I mean? Books like Chasing the Scream, really popularized that, do you know what I mean? Sort of,
Yes.
Term and everything else. I want to know where we're failing and what we need to be doing, better, because like I said, I'm not as optimistic. I'm discouraged. I'm very, very discouraged about what's going on right now. And, I know there's no easy answer, but we need to know.
Sure. Well, I probably can't give a completely satisfactory answer, Representative Corey, but here's how I think about it. One of my reasons for optimism is that while the overdose fatalities have been increased, there are thousands of people in Maine and millions across this country who are in successful recovery. It is absolute, and there's never been more opportunities and more pathways to recovery. If you've seen one of our media ads, a young woman, Chantel, with a young child, says it took her 7 times, and but now she's healthy. She's got a job in, not surprisingly, probably as a licensed alcohol and drug counselor. She's helping other people. Same thing with the ad that we have with the person from the fishing industry, Dustin. I get optimism from the many people in Maine in recovery, and there's a very robust recovery community in the state. I would be much more apoplectic if our experience was different than other states. If all the other states were seeing this marked improvement in their situation with respect to fatalities, and somehow we were an outlier, we're not. One of the few benefits of the pandemic to me, of course, is that meetings that I used to drive to and be able to attend once a year, I can now attend every month. So I attend the Rhode Island Task Force every month, 150 people in Rhode Island trying to make their situation better. Their increase in 2020 was almost identical to ours. The time period that it started at the end of 2019 was identical to ours. So we are not alone in this. It is really about fentanyl. It is really about how dangerous, how lethal the drugs are coming in, and how disappointing it is that people are still using drugs, are willing to roll the dice, knowing that fentanyl is in everything, and risk their life, because they're addicted and have cravings and are looking for that next high. And again, we need, if you ask the question about, well, what aren't we doing? Well, I'm hopeful that this liaisons program, the options program, it stands for overdose prevention through intensive outreach, naloxone and safety. In some counties, we've had those people on the ground now for a month or two. And in some cases, we had liaisons co-responding with the police and EMS anyway. So I think if we can find that making connections, the only way we can keep people alive, in my opinion, is connecting with them and working with them in more robust harm reduction and making sure that they don't use alone. I could have Narcan in every household in the state, and if a person uses alone, really not going to save them. But there's some apps. There's an approach I'm looking at in New York State where there's a local phone line manned by local volunteers of people that they know. And so if the person uses, they call that person, and that person calls them back at 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. These are hard discussions, because we don't, of course I talk a lot with audiences about, well, isn't that, giving people needles, doesn't that enable more drug use? Well, no, the evidence doesn't show that, but I understand what people think, that just because we've got so much naloxone out there, we've got needle exchanges, but harm reduction is about meeting people where they are. People in Maine are going to use drugs. And so if we're serious about caring about them and giving them a pathway to recovery so that someday they won't, we got to keep them alive. And I think connecting with them, so doing more of what we're doing, I think, Representative Corey, it will be successful. Now, other countries have used other approaches, and I just don't think if all you cared about, if the highest priority is keeping people alive, there's ways to do that. Of course, that exist in Vancouver, in Portugal, in Uruguay. I'm fascinated by all these things. This country's not ready for that. So I think we do the best we can, in my opinion, with the laws that we have, and we work with advocates to change the law where the public supports it.
Just thank you for that. But just a real quick follow-up, and it's unrelated to this question. So I was watching a program last night on TV, and there was a gal in there that, had an opioid, thing, substance use disorder. And she was actually seeking out fentanyl and everything. She wasn't, you know what I mean? Like hoping it wasn't in her drugs. She was hoping it was there. Does providing opioid test strips give a person like that the ability to seek out fentanyl as opposed to?
Well, in theory, yes. I think in practicality, they know it's in everything. So that it's really a better tool for people who really aren't interested in dying, that they are interested in drug use, but they don't want to die.
I don't think this gal was that worried about dying, like watching this.
Yeah, I understand. It's a good question though.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about you losing your friend. That by now in the state of Maine, I don't know of anybody that hasn't lost somebody that they know or has a friend from church who lost a son or daughter. I mean, we've lost 3,200.
Yeah.
After last week, 3,212.
Yeah. Like I said, that's a very close relative, former DARE officer.
Sure.
Very close relative. Thank you.
Another thing that we say is that it doesn't discriminate. You know, you've seen our ads with David and Shelley Yankowski, state police detective and the dispatcher. They lost both their sons. It doesn't discriminate.
So I'm mindful of our time. We do have Representative Arata with her hand up and Representative Fecto. And so I think it will be at sort of the hour mark at that point, which we appreciate your time and your attention to this with us. And so I'll go with Representative Arata first, and then we'll finish up with Representative Fecto.
Thank you. Looking at the maindrugdata.org website, I saw, I see a definite correlation between the social acceptance of marijuana and the increase in drug deaths. But when I looked at the strategic plan, I didn't see marijuana addressed at all. And you did mention that is a gateway drug as people take it when they're younger. That and I guess alcohol as well. Are there any plans to address marijuana? I mean, now we as a state, we're making money off of marijuana. Is there a plan to address the risks of marijuana at all?
Yes, among youth to certainly. You
have a little echo going.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it? No?
So I was hearing it. It's a legal product in the state. But it's not legal for people under age 21. And so I would also say that I was very pleased to see in the change packet that there's money to deal with the nicotine as well. Nicotine is what they start with, and to have the bill that does away with the flavored nicotine is an important thing that you're going to consider here in the next few days. So nicotine, marijuana, alcohol, again, I'm the director of opioid response, but that doesn't mean that I don't work on stimulants and things. And with respect to the prevention piece, again, I get a tremendous opportunity. It was more before the pandemic, but to talk with people in recovery. And I always ask them, when did you start using, and was there anything that could have been done to start you down a different path? And with respect to the age, of course, we know that I'm not going to give you a number, but it's a very high percentage of people who are using substances that begin at very young ages. And it didn't begin with heroin or fentanyl. It began with alcohol or marijuana and cigarette and tobacco. So I think when it comes to the prevention piece and raising healthy kids and getting them outdoors and making sure that I have grandchildren. I mean, this is why we do this work, keeping them healthy and outdoors, and frankly, having the kind of outdoor lives that we had growing up in the 50s and 60s in central Maine. you know, that's what we got to strive for at least. So I'm very sympathetic to what you're commenting on marijuana. While it's true that not everybody that uses marijuana becomes a heroin addict, every heroin addict that I've talked to had marijuana as part of their journey. Last question. I could go longer, Representative, but I realize you have things to do as well. But I think it was, is Representative Pecto got the last question?
Yeah, it is. I just want to share that with the marijuana legalization, 12% of the money that we have coming in goes straight to public health and helping kids not start, and then also enforcement and public health and public safety. So we're utilizing the funds from that to address this very issue where we don't want kids starting. We want them to be, and we all know the development of children's brains are just different, and that has a huge effect on what's happening here. And I think alcohol and nicotine are right in line with that. So Representative Pecto, you have the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here. My question really is, you touched on it a little bit, but I would like your thoughts on why Europe continually beats us, not only Maine, but the United States on this issue. You know, especially, I mean, you consider a place like the Netherlands, which has really been a true drug experiment country. They wallop us on this, even while dealing with their own problems. So just your thoughts on why Europe is outperforming us incredibly on this issue.
Well, and I'm assuming by outperforming, you're really referencing they're keeping people alive. They don't have the fatal overdoses that we have. And that's important to distinguish because they may be keeping people alive, but they may have way more people on drugs. There's a variety of approaches around the world. People have abused substances of all kinds since creation of mankind. And it's very, and so like we can sometimes look at the 50 states and say, well, who's doing the best? What are we missing? We can take a look at all those approaches, but some of those approaches culturally in this country, I just don't think this country's ready for. Example, Portugal has been particularly an outlier on this in how they've dealt with the drug issue, Uruguay and parts of Canada. And I did. I visited the safe consumption sites in Canada when I first took the position. We were invited. The governor thought it was important to go and see those sites, and I did. They haven't had a single fatality in it. But a lot of people in this country aren't ready to think about the state sanctioning a place where people can use. If you were only interested in keeping people alive, you would simply give the person the medical equivalent of the drug they're addicted to and medically supervise their use of it. No one would die. That's not an approach virtually in very many places in this country. And again, it's not an approach that most Americans are comfortable with. We're doing better with even getting people to at least accept harm, the notion of harm reduction, that this person got involved in this, they're not a bad person, they might have been reacting to trauma in their lives, and that we need to love them, encourage them to get into treatment and give them a pathway to recovery. So the reason that some of those countries can do much better at keeping people alive is because they have far more progressive, for lack of a better term, far more progressive policies regarding drug use and don't use the criminal justice system to penalize people who use drugs. That's not been the approach in this country in any state. But as you know, on the ballot, Oregon passed a decriminalization of possession of controlled substances That's the first state to do it. It just took effect. People would be wise to take a look at, let's see what happens there. But most people are just not, in my opinion, are not comfortable with that approach here in this country.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, giving us the update. I know you visited a lot of committees. We're pleased that you came to see us as well as we sort of all grapple with this issue around the state. It certainly is complicated, touches everybody's life, either personally or indirectly. I don't know anyone that hasn't been affected by this. So we'll stay in touch. We look forward to having you back again with maybe some different news with the era going in the different direction. And until then, we appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Look forward to that. Thanks so much for the invitation, for the work that you do and the resources that you do make available to us to help on this problem. Have a great day.
You too. So the AFA committee, our next time together will be Thursday morning at 9:30. We have the change package change package public hearing for LD 2021, or I'm sorry, 221. So that's 9:30, not 10, our usual time. We're getting started a little early for that. We'll see how many people come to comment, either in whatever manner they choose. There'll be a strict clock on that because I think we will have quite a few people. So we'll run a 3 o'clock clock if you're talking to anyone about that. And that'll be it for this week in our committee, unless Senator Breen, my good co-chair, has anything to add, or Maureen might have something to add to that. Looking like we're okay to go until Thursday. Then we'll see everybody at the Civic Center tomorrow.